Good morning, everybody. We will go ahead and get this meeting started. If I can have Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Vasquez,
Present?
Vice Chair Lieber.
Here.
Member Gaines. Here. Member Schaefer.
Here.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Individuals that don't have the means, any other means of getting whatever it is they need to get done. And whether it's an issue of fairness or an issue of injustice, we've got to make sure that those voices are heard. So thank you for that. But I also just want to take a moment here because we got a couple of birthdays coming up. And our fellow member, Mike Schaefer, is having a birthday on Saturday, along with our executive director, Vet Stowers on Sunday. So I just want to take that and recognize you and hope that you have a great birthday and that you celebrate. And life is so precious that we need to make sure that we are enjoying it in the time that we've been given here on earth. So God bless you.
Birthday, Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. And I know our Vice Chair, Ms. Lieber, also has some opening remarks as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I really appreciate hearing your personal reflection about Cesar and how blessed we are to still have Dolores Huerta with us. And they are obviously two remarkable Californians who have really changed the world through their activism. And it's a great tie-in to Women's History Month and International Women's Day to recognize Dolores Huerta as really a world figure who has given so much hope to so many people. And as the woman who's on the board here, along with our state controller, when she's here for matters that require her presence, I hope that I can bring the perspective of many different women, because women in our society and in our world really shape our reality of how things can work in the future in a better and more equitable way, and give us all support every single day. And I'd like to give a special shout out to women in government service, and who really make the gears of government work in a very efficient and competent and compassionate and thorough way. We really, really appreciate everything that is done by the women of our agency and all the women that are supporting in the background and that allow us to do our work every day. And I, too, wanted to recognize that a notable woman who we all depend on is our executive officer, Yvette Stowers. And I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to present her with a token of our esteem and to recognize her special day.
We have a nice fresh bouquet of flowers.
Yeah, beautiful. You can hide behind those.
And again, I want to thank Ms. Stowers for everything that she does for this agency and how professionally she does her work every single day. I think that all of the women that she leads and the men that she leads and all the workers who contribute to our efforts are just doing an outstanding job. And so I want to recognize you in that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll chime in as well. I mean, you know, when I met Yvette the first time, she was sitting up here in the dais with us. Didn't know much about her background. And when the opening came up, I was just taken back when I looked at her resume. And I said, wait a minute, what are we doing? We don't need to do a search. We have somebody in-house. So it was great. And it was a blessing. Plus, you know, just the history she had not with the department. And then, of course, the BOE sitting up here representing the controller for those years. Really appreciate it. And she did a real great transition. I mean, hasn't missed a step, because Brenda Fleming, for those of you that know, I thought was exceptional for us during those times when we were just kind of reorganizing the BOE. She was so instrumental. And Yvette, you've pretty much stepped right into her shoes. I was a little worried at the beginning, thinking, oh, you know, how's this going to go? I thought maybe we were going to need a little coaching, but no, it didn't happen. With that, oh, yes, we have our Deputy Controller. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to everyone. Happy birthday to you, Executive Director Stowers, and to you, Member Mike Schaefer. More life and more blessings. Every March, Women's History Month recognizes the contribution of the fearless and ambitious women who challenged the status quo in the pursuit of equality, justice, and opportunity. We honor the pioneers and trailblazing women whose historic milestones date back to the founding of our nation and celebrate the women of today whose work ensures our daughters have the same equal opportunity as our sons. Too often, you are the unsung heroes, and your many contributions go unnoticed. And we also honor the bravery and sacrifice of the more than 200 years of women who have courageously served in the United States military. Today, more than 200,000 women represent 16% of our nation's armed forces, and I salute the 2 million plus women veterans. The 2023 Women's History theme is celebrating women who tell our stories. This theme honors women who have devoted their lives and talents to pursuing truths and who have taken incredible strides to fully exercise their human rights and fundamental freedoms. The story of countless women heroes is America's story, and we stand on their shoulders. From the generations of black women and girls who fought to end slavery and advocate for civil rights, to the Latinx women who marched for labor reform to help all workers secure better wages, benefits, and safety, to Native American women who championed environmental justice and a cleaner earth, and to the women of the suffrage movement who helped enshrine the 19th Amendment into our Constitution, which makes it illegal to deny the right to vote to any citizen based on their sex. So today, on behalf of the Comptroller and moving forward, I reaffirm my commitment to advancing the rights and opportunities for all women and girls here in this state, because a woman's story grows our collective understanding and strengthens the connection we all have to each other. Board members, I also wanted to take a moment to extend my best wishes to the Muslim community across California and the United States on the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan. Ramadan is a sacred month which gives the opportunity to practice patience, spiritual growth, show forgiveness, and compassion for those less fortunate. Ramadan is also an opportunity to recognize the many contributions that Muslim Americans continue to make, from healthcare professionals, first responders, teachers, lawyers, and more. Muslims have been on the front lines, united in faith, humanity, and a call to service. And this month of reflection begins. Let's continue to stand up and speak out against bigotry, hate, and persecution. No person in America should ever live in fear for practicing their religion or appearance. I stand committed with the Comptroller in safeguarding the religious freedom and civil rights of all Californians. So to all those celebrating, I wish you a blessed and peaceful month, Ramadan Kareem. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you for those remarks, and to also to inform us and educate us a little bit about that history as well. I have Member Schaefer also wants to say a few opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Ted, for the nice remarks. You stole my thunder. I was going to toot my own horn as having a birthday. You know, being in politics, we're not blessed with all that much humility. We, to survive, have to toot our own horn. Dolores Hurt, there's a lot more about her you don't know. She has 11 children and 13 grandchildren. She's the chief fundraiser for, it's her kid or her grandkid that are running for Board of Supervisors in Bakersfield. She always hits me up for a contribution, and I always comply, because those of us who raise money are the first to want to help others. And I'm so pleased that one of my benefits of being on the board is to get to know Dolores, because she pays a lot of attention to us. We have a birthday today in the entertainment world. I always bring one of those to our attention. That's William Shatner, who I think is getting to be 90 and has had a fantastic career. We know him from movies, and we know him from commercial advertising. We have a woman named Vera Plain, who's remarkable. She's going to turn 100 years old in 5 days on the 27th. She was the widow of the financial editor of the San Diego Union Tribune, who back in the 1960s was a crusading financial editor and writing about all the financial goings and comings on, and some say he knew too much. He ended up losing his life back in those days. She's been a widow since the 1970s, but she's having a big party to celebrate her birthday, which is next Monday, and she personally is calling me to be sure that I'm there, so I'm very flattered at that. My birthday is also the birthday of Elton John, who I have not met, but I've seen his Red Piano concert. And it's also the birthday of Mayor Carolyn Goodman of the city of Las Vegas. She and I are old buddies because I practiced law with her husband, Oscar Goodman, who was a gangster lawyer, played himself in the movie Casino. owns a condo in California that he escapes to, and he and I are both giving eulogies sometimes for important people who pass. I go over to Las Vegas to speak at somebody's last rites, and there's Oscar going to speak too. In fact, sometimes he's had to leave early and ask me to sub for him, so I'm very flattered about that. So March is a month full of great merit, and I'm glad that we take time to recognize it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we're ready to start. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the first order of business.
Sure. Before we get started here, I believe Ms. Cohen is on the line.
Oh, she is, okay.
Ms. Cohen, I want to
you-
recognize you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All righty. I'm going to do the first order of business is our informational announcement. First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. Public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment during the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instruction of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line prior to the beginning of the agenda item you wish to make a comment. We recommend this is as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The order that the board identifies public comments at the conclusion of an agenda item is as follows. The clerk will first identify any public comment requests that have been received by a board proceeding staff in the auditorium. Then we will identify any public comments with the AT&T moderator. And lastly, we will read into the record any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. With that, if you could please call the first item on the agenda.
The first item on today's agenda is item F, Other Tax Program Non-Appearance Matters, F1 Audits. This matter will be presented by Ms. Cruz today. F1 Audits, F1A, MCI Communication Services, Inc., 2274, F1B, MCI Metro Access Transmission Services, LLC, 2372, and F1C, U.S. Telepacific Corp., 7757. Ms. Cruz will present these items for your consideration, which may be voted on individually or collectively. These matters are a constitutional function. Therefore, Deputy Controller Emron may not participate in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I'm Michelle Cruz, the manager of the Unitary Evaluation and Auditing section of the State Assessed Property Division. The State Assessed Property Division performs routine audits of state assessees under the authority of California Revenue and Taxation Code 628 and Government Code Section 15618. The purpose of a property tax audit is to determine the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of the financial data furnished by state assessees and used by the board in the valuation process. Audits also include an internal review of methods, calculations, and assumptions used by the State Assessed Property Division. Before you today for your consideration are 3 property tax audits completed by the State Assessed Property Division staff. The assessees have been presented with a copy of the audit report and given an opportunity to provide additional information in response to the audit report. I'm available to answer any questions if needed, and I ask for your adoption of these 3 audits.
Thank you. I can't see if our controller has her hand up or she wishes to.
No, I do not have my hand up. I'm
Okay.
here, though. I'm listening. Okay.
I thought I'd give you the opportunity in case, okay? Seeing no hands,
Motion to approve?
it's been a motion to approve. And it's
I'll
been
second.
And it's been seconded by the controller as well. Do we have any public comment, written comment on this?
Let's find out. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Ladies and gentlemen on the phone, if you'd like to comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. We do have one in queue, and we're going now to Christine Huey. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, my name is Christine Huey, and I don't know if I'm out of order or not, but I wanted to bring to attention SCA4.
Excuse me, yes,
I'm
you
not
are
sure if it's on the agenda.
excuse me, Ms. Huey? We are not
Yes.
taking comments on that at this time. There is an opportunity
Yes.
where public comments on items not on the agenda, so you could speak later on in the agenda. If you could just listen in and take a look at the agenda items, you could call back later if you could listen in.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Do we have an estimated time as to when she might call back?
Around 11:30 or so is when a
Yeah,
good time
okay.
we're going to be doing the legislative
Okay.
research and statistic divisions time, so you could call back during that item. Ms. Huey, is that good for you?
Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We don't have any written comments?
I was just going to say,
Oh,
we
okay,
have
go
no
ahead.
written comments that no one has submitted in for this item, and we have no one in the audience who has made forward. So Member Gaines had made a motion to adopt the order findings presented by the staff and seconded by Ms. Cohen, and I'm going to take roll.
We don't have, did we check with AT&T or we did already?
We just did.
That was, okay.
You had nobody else on the line.
And just a point of clarification, I know you mentioned in the outset that we had the option of taking all three of these at the same time?
Yep.
Or one, and I wasn't clear on the motion. Was the motion to approve all three?
Yes.
Okay, just for the record.
Okay. So Member Gaines had made a motion to adopt the staff recommendation, adopt all of the order findings as presented by the staff. And Ms. Cohen, Controller Cohen has seconded. I'm going to take the roll. Chair Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye?
Member Schaefer,
Aye?
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present here. With that, I'm assuming that was all you had, Ms. Cruz?
No, we've
Oh,
got
we
a
have
couple
more?
more items.
Okay.
No, no.
Okay. All righty, then we're good.
Ms. Cicchetti, if you would call the next item.
Yes, we're going to move along here. If we've taken up all of the items, then,
No, we have to do, we're still doing.
oh, okay,
ABC.
okay.
L2.
All right, I was just like, okay, for a second there. All righty, now that we're regrouped here, the next item is F2, Land Escape Assessments. F2, Land Escape Assessments. F2A, Pacific Gas and Electric Company, 0135. B, BNSF Railway Company, 0804. C, Los Angeles SMSA Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless, 2532. D, Cellco Partnership, DBA Verizon Wireless, 2559. AT&T Mobile LLC, 2606. And T-Mobile West LLC, doing business as T-Mobile, 2748. Ms. DiNapoli will present these items for your consideration, which may be voted on individually or collectively. These matters are a constitutional function, therefore Deputy Controller Emron may not participate in accordance with the Government Code, Section 7.9. Ms. DiNapoli?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I am Pamela DiNapoli, manager of the Field Appraisal and Board Roll section of the State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code 758 allows for addition of assessments to the roll that have escaped assessment. I am here this morning to present these land escape assessments for the board's consideration. These items represent property that the assessees failed to report timely and as a result escaped assessment. All 6 assessees for this agenda item have been notified of the escaped assessments and have been given opportunity to provide additional information to change our escaped assessments. None of the assessees provided any additional information for the escapes that are before you today, and none have communicated any disagreement with the escaped assessments. And I am available for any questions, and I ask for the board's adoption of these escaped assessments.
I have a question.
Member Schaefer has a question, I believe.
These escaped assessments, do we look at it as oversight, or could there be some intentional to mislead on the part of the taxpayer? I'm all for forgiving late fees and fines where there's a showing of good faith, but as a former prosecuting attorney, I'm also equally interested in holding responsible anybody who might be intentionally misleading us for private gain. Do we ever get into the motives of the taxpayers we deal with?
Generally speaking, most of the land escape assessments our office deals with are for cellular telephone companies. And most cases, typically if they file late, it's because they have such a high volume of land changes regarding leased cell sites. We do work closely with the assessees to process these timely. We offer guidance, filling out the standard forms if they need assistance. We tend to see them file a lot in batches, and it's a high volume, so it's kind of comes down to the internal processes of the assessees. There does tend to be specific events sometimes, or does not tend to be specific events that cause these late filings. And also with land transactions, they can be filed throughout the year, the occurrence of, acquiring land or not, terminating. And some assessees do file at the time of transactions, or they file quarterly, and others tend to file with the property statements once a year, so.
Well, if you ever see something that is not bona fides but malefides, I would like to know about it, so we'd have an option to refer it to the Attorney General's office for considering a prosecution or fines. And if there is just showing a good intent, I think we should always go for the taxpayer because we are taxpayer advocates. Thank you.
Welcome.
Seeing no other comments, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation.
So moved?
It's been moved by Member Schaefer. I will second that. Do we have any written comments on this one?
We have no written comments on this item.
Should we
Let's
check
go
it?
to the AT&T moderator.
All right.
AT&T moderator, can you tell us if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, to make comment over the phone, press 10, please. And we have no respondents in queue.
Thank you. And we've received nothing in writing
Nothing in
either.
writing. Okay, with that, I guess we'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, yeah. Chair Vasquez has made a motion to adopt all escaped assessments as presented by staff, seconded by Mr. Schaefer.
I thought it
I
was
think
my,
it was
The other way
reversed.
around.
my motion.
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer, excuse me, I apologize.
I didn't speak
My
loud
notes
enough, I'm
were-
sorry.
Yes. We're going to say that Member Schaefer is the one who made the motion to adopt all escaped assessments as presented by staff, seconded by Chair Vasquez. I'm going to call the roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
So that's unanimous. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to our next item. Ms.
The next
Spade.
item is F, Other Tax Programs, Non-Appearance Matters. F3, Board Roll Changes. F3A, 2022 Board Roll of State Assessment Property. F3B, 2020, 2021, and 2022 Board Roll of Private Railroad Cars. Ms. DiNapoli will be presenting these items for your consideration, which may be voted on individually or collectively. These matters are a constitutional function.
So good morning again. My name is Pamela DiNapoli, manager of the Field Appraisal and Board Roll section of State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for correction of errors on the state assessed roll, while Section 11426 allows for correction of assessment errors on the private railroad car roll. I am here to present these 3 roll changes for the state assessed roll and 1 roll change for the private railroad car roll for the board's consideration. For the state assessed roll changes, all 3 changes are to correct staff errors. The first is to remove an aircraft from the assessment roll that had sold prior to the lien date. For the other 2 roll changes, the assessee had reported they no longer leased a piece of property. It was missed by staff, and then the change was made, but the land was removed, but the improvements were still being valued. So the assessee notified our office when they realized it, and after reviewing our records, we determined that was correct, and those should have been removed as well. The private railroad car changes are to correct an assessee reporting error. In this matter, the assessee contacted our office after realizing they had incorrectly included rail cars leased to a different entity on their own property statement reporting, and the assessee provided revised reporting statements which our office reviewed. The roll change would correct the assessee's reporting error, and I'm available to answer any questions you have, and I ask you to please consider adoption of these items.
If I could.
Yes,
Just
Member
so-
Gaines.
Just for clarification, it sounds like in that particular case, the private railroad cars were reported twice.
Yes,
Okay, because they were leased.
right, and so it basically is like a double assessment.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Very well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other hands or questions? Mr. Chiketi, do we have any written comments on this one?
We have no one in the audience, but let's see if we could get a motion.
I would move staff recommendation.
Okay,
I second.
okay. All righty, we have no one in the audience who's made a comment on this item, and I have no written comments that have been received. I'm going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Thank you. Once again, to make comment by phone, press 10 on your phone's keypad at this time. And we have no respondents in queue.
All righty, let's see here. Member Vasquez made a motion to adopt all the board roll changes as presented by staff, seconded by Mr. Schaefer. I'm going to call roll. Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye?
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of those present. With that, Ms. Chiketi, if you would move on to our next item.
All righty. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is J, Administrative Consent Agenda, J1, Adoption of the Board Meeting Minutes. Board Meeting Minutes of February 2022, 2023. The meeting minutes are attached to the public agenda for your consideration. Do we have a motion?
Move we adopt?
It's been moved to adopt the minutes of February 22nd, 2023.
Yes.
I will second that.
I just want to recognize that Ms. Cohen has left the audio and Mr. Amaron has returned. We have no written comments, and I have no one in the audience who's made a comment on this item. Therefore, we're going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Currently no one in queue. Once again, to comment on this matter by phone, press 10. And with that reprompt, we still have nobody in queue.
Okay.
I have a question. We're asking the public for comments on approval of the minutes.
Yes.
How would they know what the minutes say?
They're attached to the agenda?
It's posted.
It's posted. Okay.
Yes, so they could read them prior.
And if they were here and what the reading is not what went on, they could bring that to our attention.
Yes.
That's never happened, though. Thank you.
All righty, we have Member Schaefer has moved to adopt the board minutes as presented. Chair Vasquez has seconded. We'll take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye?
Member Schaefer?
Aye?
Deputy Controller Emmeron?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Those present with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would call our next item.
Our next item on the agenda is K, Other Administrative Matters, K1, Executive Director's Report, K1A, Organizational Update. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members. I am Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, for today's report, I will provide a brief update on the Welfare Process Improvement Project. Remind the public that at next month's meeting, it will be the second opportunity for state assessees to participate in our public hearings. I will also highlight the upcoming California Taxpayers Association 97th Annual Meeting, and then finally acknowledge the introduction of Assembly Constitutional Amendment ACA 11. Members, at last month's meeting, there were some questions on the results of the Welfare Exemption Process Improvement Project. At that time, I did not have the information at my fingertips. Since then, I have gathered some stats from staff to present today. To address your questions, I would like to highlight a few of the achievements of the project. However, I will be brief since staff will present a full report out at the April's board meeting, and I just do not want to steal their thunder. Members, as you recall, at the July 27th, 21 board meeting, the board directed the executive director to start a comprehensive review with the goal of streamlining the application process for the welfare exemption as it relates to affordable housing. Why? Because the board understood that the welfare exemption plays an important role in fostering more affordable housing. Under the board's leadership, staff completed the project and provided a summary at the June 28, 22 board meeting. One area of improvement expansion is the applicant's ability to electronically submit the required documents. Having electronic submission is in line with our strategic plan to modernize the property tax program. Another area of process improvement was a review and a revision of the forms to confirm that they had ease of use. Since completion, staff has had the opportunity to review the results of the project. I am pleased to share that they are now seeing total application times decrease by more than 50%. On average, it now takes approximately 1 month or 30 days to complete a package. That's contingent upon we have a complete package. In addition, I'm happy to report that there are no backlogs. Because of the improvements made, 886 organization clearance certificates and 564 supplemental clearance certificates for welfare exemption were issued for the 22 year. This is an increase from 2021 of 326 additional organization clearances and 336 additional supplemental clearance certificates. As I mentioned, staff will provide a detailed report at next month's meeting, and I'm looking forward to it. Any questions regarding the welfare exemption improvement project?
Oh, yeah. Member Gaines has a question.
Thank you. Can you give me the numbers again for the number of applications? I guess it was 2 years ago versus last year.
Okay, so for the last year, 886 total,
Okay, thank you. That
or
was
for
20.
886 organization clearance certificates
Okay,
and 564 supplemental clearance certificates.
okay, supplement, okay.
This is an increase compared to 2021.
Mm-hmm.
For 2021, we issued 326. For 2021, our organization clearance certificates was down. The way they have my notes here, I gotta do the math.
Yeah.
For 2021, for 2022, we issued 326 more than what we did in 2021.
Thank you, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and the same thing for supplemental.
So it's
For
al-
2022, we issued 326 more than what we did in 2021,
So almost double.
almost doubled.
Okay, all right, great. Well, I just want to thank you again for digging into this, because it is something we get a lot of calls on.
Absolutely.
And it's not necessarily the BOE either, because sometimes the applications just aren't filled out correctly by the constituent party, and we have to educate. But I know you've been working on simplifying the application, so it's exactly, I think, what we ought to be doing is making it simple as we can for our constituents, so that they can get done what they need to get done, especially when it comes to exemptions for nonprofits and the key role that they play. So I'm looking forward to hearing more information next month.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Deputy Controller has a question.
Not a question, Chairman, but I do have some comments. I just wanted to thank you, Executive Director Stowers, for bringing this forward on the welfare exemption improvement process. It's an important work we do here at this agency, so I do applaud you and the entire team for your hard work on that, and looking forward to a full presentation to this body in April. Thank you.
Okay, the next item I would like to talk about is the public hearings. Next month, at the board meeting, we will have a public hearing for state assessed property presentation on valuation of state assessed properties. Pursuant to Property Tax Rule 903, the board provides an opportunity for state assessees and their representatives to discuss the value of their property at the value of their property at a public meeting. Each year, the board sets the unitary value at the May board meeting and private railroad values at the July meeting. Prior to setting the values, the board provides 2 opportunities for public discussion. This would be the second opportunity at the April meeting for state assessees to appear before the board and present information that they may feel affect their value. This discussion may relate to any information that pertains to the valuation of state assessed property. Presenting at the April meeting allows time for staff and the board to consider information provided in the value calculations. Next, member, I would like to highlight upcoming event. Tomorrow, March 23rd, the California Taxpayers Association, CalTax, will have their 97th annual meeting. Members, as you know, the board has been invited to join a panel breakfast with the board. Later that afternoon, I, as the executive director, will be participating with leaderships from FTB, CDTFA, and OTA in a roundtable discussion, California tax agencies. Tax agencies, FTB specializing in income tax, CDTFA specializing in sales tax, and BOE specializing in property tax. 3 separate and unique functions. This annual meeting is an excellent opportunity to connect with our stakeholders, and we appreciate the opportunity to participate. Finally, members, I would like to acknowledge the introduction of ACA 11. As you are aware, Assembly members Ting, Irwin, and Petrie Norris have introduced legislation to restructure the BOE. Throughout the BOE history, the agency has gone through several minor and significant restructures, including proposals to consolidate or merge with other state departments. However, we can confidently state that this recent proposal is not due to a negative reflection of the critical work that the BOE does for the people of California. Members, the proposal is currently in the initial stages of legislation. However, we will continue to update you on the status of the amendments in our weekly ledge reports. In addition, while we monitor the proposal, it is critical that we continue to perform our constitutional, statutory, and oversight functions. And finally, I would like to wish Member Schaefer a very, very happy birthday.
Number 85. Thank
Number
you.
80. I didn't know if you wanted, I knew you wanted me to share a very, very happy 85th birthday
That's the oldest constitutional officer in history.
in history. Many more. That concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions on any of the other items?
Mrs. Stowers, we're invited to the breakfast tomorrow. Are we on any panel during the rest of the day, or are we just observers after breakfast?
Just the breakfast, and after the breakfast, they will ask us to leave the room, and they will have other workshops that we
Oh.
don't participate in,
Thank you.
except for the one that I'm doing later on that afternoon.
Oh, thank you.
I have several questions if nobody does, and it may trigger some others to speak out. But first of all, I want to just thank you for your report, especially on ACA 11 and the many reasons that I personally would like to oppose this and see if there's a consensus from the board. I'd like to put together a formal letter of opposition. And let me just read off some of my comments and remarks, and then I'll open it up in case there's other members that want to chime in as well. But, you know, as we engage in this discussion, I personally want our opposition letter to make clear that destroying the elected board will result in 3 of the worst things you could ever do to our state's 58 county assessors and the people of California. The first one being it would silence their voices in taxation matters and bury them in non-elected bureaucracy. We all know what that's like, how frustrating it is to even reach a live person behind a desk only to get cut off and start all over again. And no elected officer is directly accountable except the president or the governor. The second one is it would destroy the unique oversight structure in our state government in which the elected state controller oversees the elected county auditor, controllers, and tax collectors of the state, and the elected board oversees and works together with the county assessors who share the same constituents in our respective counties. This elected to elected oversight is the responsive and accountable and should not be replaced with bureaucrats. The third, it would violate and erode public trust in the state and assessors. As the California Assessors Association said, the BOE's most important function as an assessment agency requires a vastly different skill set than a tax agency. Unlike CDTFA and FTB, which deal with tax collection and rely on voluntary compliance, the board members are responsible for openly and transparently hiring and addressing assessors' issues and those of local assessment appeals boards and the public. Open access to the board and our transparent and collaborative system builds public trust and increases board deliberation and collaboration on a wide variety of policies and standards for real and personal property assessment exemptions, AAB hearings processes, key taxpayer concerns, and many other issues. And with that, I'll open it up, and I guess I could start with our Vice Chair, Ms. Lieber, if she has any thoughts or ideas on this before we move forward.
Well, I am not sure if I see Mr. Nanjo rising to make a comment at this time. But I wonder if we would need to have that agendized to take a position on. And if necessary, we could agendize it next month if it's still relevant at that time.
The executive director's report under the PAN allows you to take action. So since this is part of the report, this is an appropriate follow-on to the executive director's report. So at this point, you do have the option to do as the chairman suggests.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for checking.
Thank you. And I've obviously been watching this piece of legislation with keen interest, and I do have a concern anytime there's a movement to take away elected representation from Californians. I know that my colleagues will have their own comments, but I also wanted to add my kudos on the streamlining of the welfare exemption process. And I think that moving completed applications through the process in 30 days is really commendable and shows the functionality and need that there is for the work of the BOE.
Thank you. And I see a hand here from Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I agree. I do think we should take action in opposition to ACA 11. We are the taxpayer advocate. We are the electeds that represent constituents that have issues with government. And we have a position within this agency called the Taxpayer Rights Advocate. But we have the interface because we are electeds and therefore have the ability to provide oversight in terms of how the agency is run and also be a conduit for challenges that our constituents have. And we've received hundreds of calls and letters and all sorts of inquiries that were tax-related, probably thousands actually. If we take a look at the agency itself and how it's functioned during our tenure, we have been accountable, we have been transparent, and the agency is running really well. I'm proud of what has happened here. And of course, we had the implementation of Prop 19, and we were charged with the duty of implementing that. Whether you liked that initiative or not, it was passed by the people, and as a result, we were responsible for implementing it. We, again, have acted as that conduit, as electeds, on the implementation of Prop 19 with over 400,000 hits on our website and thousands of inquiries over the phone and via email to each of our offices. And I would argue that the duties of the BOE ought to be restored. Duties were taken away with AB 102, and not fully. I would target it. I think there's an opportunity to take a look at appeal cases for smaller businesses when it comes to sales and use, that they would have a voice, that they would get to make an appeal to their peers, electeds representing them as constituents. And it was interesting because I spoke to George Runner when he served in this capacity on the Board of Equalization. I said, George, you had these appeals coming before you. Tell me, how many cases would you overturn? He said maybe 1 in 10. So it wasn't like the floodgates were opening. They were simply looking at the cases and the merits of the case and as to whether there should be some sort of accommodation or not. And so I'm fully in support of our efforts here to come up with a resolution. So thank you.
Before I move forward with at least seeing if there's a consensus on this board, I want to ask Ms. Stowers a quick question. Do we know what is the BOE's actual estimate of savings, for the taxpayers? As we're constantly hearing from, well, I guess ACA 11 kind of brings that out, saying, what's the buying power or the real function of the BOE as I was listening to this hearing that just took place, I believe it was a couple days ago.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, for that question. I also listened to the presser, I believe it was yesterday, and one of the authors indicated that eliminating the Board of Equalization could result in 32 million, somewhere between 27 million to 32 million dollars in savings. I would say this, that as you know, our proposed budget for the 23-24 year is $32 million, which is very similar to our current budget. And of that $32 million, 95% of it is for salary for permanent civil servant staff, the property tax experts of the BOE. So 5% savings of the 32 million, I would say.
And 32, I think, comes out to, I believe it's like 1/3 of 1% of the total budget, which is like, I believe we're up to around $79 billion for
Of the
state.
total budget,
The
yes.
total budget, right?
Yes. It's total state budget, yes.
Total state budget.
Yes.
Well, with that, I'll turn it, Member Schaefer, yes, go ahead.
It's nice that we have good positions to present, but they might have more credibility if we had somebody like the Sacramento Bee filing a statement on our defense, or the California Taxpayers Association, some entity that's not us, that might have a little more credibility, might pick up the interest of Associated Press or somebody like that, because we're really trying to get the attention of 80 assembly members and 40 senators, and they're not going to pay as much attention to what we have to say about saving our own position here as they would have if they'd have a independent analysis of California taxpayers or some media source. You know, it's the big issue. It's very important that we have elected official making these decisions rather than more bureaucrats. These chairs would be filled by appointees of Governor Newsom under any other situation, and we represent not Governor Newsom, but we represent our own 10 million people scattered throughout the state. And I think that being brought home by us is like a defense attorney talking. He's obviously motivated for his client, but the same case can equally be made by some independent entity, media or organizational, that might love us as much as we love ourselves. And I would be all for bringing them into the fold if we can identify somebody that might share our views, because it's that important.
Thank you for that comment, Member Schaefer. There are many who share our views, and the California Taxpayers Association is already on the record opposing ACA 11.
And if we could shave that 32 million down to, 27 million or something, by a little belt tightening, I know I'm asked to hire an extra person to show the importance of our office, and actually the members that we do have are tightening our belt and working a little harder and saving that $100,000 here and there. I'm all for reducing our budget a little bit. I think that would get the applause of some of the media.
I thank you, sir. We are very efficient, and over the years since 2017, we've done a great deal to reduce our costs in some very key areas. And for example, our office spaces, we have reduced that dramatically across the board, all of you guys. So we are concerned, we take note of how we are spending the taxpayer dollars.
I understand I have an office in downtown San Diego, which my staff and I
We are
don't use
working, yes.
very much.
Yeah, you have a very nice office there, sir, and we are working to arrange for that office, for your district office to be at a better area for you.
Yes, and I think we-
At a continued reduced rate.
We
So
can
we are
figure we
working on
get
that.
quite a savings, I think, is possible too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber, I believe, has another question.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I would like to have our communications to the legislature include the concern about that the other agencies lack in property tax staffing, and that the permanent civil service staff of the BOE would, under their proposal, would need to be transferred, and that there would be a period of time and cost for integration of that staff into other agencies, and the impact that that would have on taxpayers, and in particular, the entities that Mr. Gaines mentioned in terms of small business and individuals, families, especially the families who have a family member with a disability, who are concerned about the implementation of Prop 19 and have time-dependent issues that they need to be answered. And also the concern about the elimination of a venue for taxpayers to come to and interact with elected representation in our interface with the county assessors in terms of, as Mr. Gaines said, an elected to elected relationship and responsiveness. I think that those are key things that I have not seen reflected in ACA 11 in any way, shape, or form. And I think to my mind, the savings are not really there in ACA 11, but there's no recognition of the cost of the churn of a restructuring and a removal of accountability and representation.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, if there's a consensus on this board, I will move forward to putting together, and I'll work with our executive director on this, a formal letter that would go out in opposition to AC 11. And then if everybody's comfortable with it, we'll get it out. We'll send it out. Because I know several of the tax groups that I have had some interaction with, like you mentioned, some of them have already put out letters, and they were asking for any other information that we can gather that would be helpful to them. And I'm hoping this, our position also would shed a little bit of light for them to take and run with it as well. And in talking to some of the legislators, they were kind of appalled that this was even being introduced. So hopefully this will help as it's moving forward through the process.
And Chair, and this is not a partisan issue. It's
No, it isn't. Matter of fact, I've received, I've had calls and actually conversations with folks from the Republican Party, and a lot of the folks that are active, especially in the tax groups, are from the Republicans as well as Democrats. So it's
I would think
it's a
the
mix.
Republicans would be our biggest fans.
I think so too.
Excuse me, Chair Vasquez.
I'm sorry.
The president of the CAA is in the audience. She would like to speak on this matter.
Oh, yes. Come on up. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Christine Lee, Kings County Assessor and President of the California Assessors Association. Sorry about that. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a moment. The Assessors Association hasn't had a chance to take a position on AC 11, but as the Kings County Assessor, I am in opposition of it personally. There's so much value in the Board of Equalization. You know, you were saying 32 million possibly in expense. That's, you know, maybe $500,000 per county. And then if you break it down by constituent, it's basically pennies. So your value, your board's value, the staff's value to the assessors is just, there's so many different ways. One is the surveys that you do that allows us to make sure that we're all on course and kind of staying standard with the objectives of carrying out the revenue and taxation code. There's also guidance and the ability for the assessors to reach out and ask questions. You know, sometimes, such as Prop 19, when things come about, we can ask each other, but we do need some sort of guidance sometimes to make sure we're all on the same path and we're doing what's best for the taxpayers and property owners of this state. So I would definitely say it's something that should never be done away with, and at least not in my lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we might have a question here for Mr. Schaefer.
Madam President, obviously you're preaching to the choir here. I would like you to put the same energy and charm into talking to the publishers of any publication in your county, definitely to the legislators, even the local Board of Supervisors and City Council type people, because they're opinion leaders too. They would be flattered to have your attention, and I would hope you'd find time to give it.
I would be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Lee.
I'm sure you agree with that.
If there's no other comments on this, it sounds like I'm hearing and feeling a consensus here. So I will go ahead and move forward on that.
Yes,
And
sir.
thank you all.
My office I will reach out to you. We could
And we'll,
get the letter drafted and reviewed.
thank you. With that,
That's
did
all
you,
that I have to report, unless you have more for me.
unless we have other questions of Ms. Stowers, seeing no other hands? Ms. Cicchetti, I guess.
Thank you for the birthday wishes.
The next item on the agenda is K1, Executive Director's Report, K1B, Operational Priorities Report, presented by Ms. Renati.
Welcome.
Thank you. So, good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. My name is Lisa Renati. I'm the Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is workforce planning. Over the past 3 years, the agency has continued to address and align our current and future needs through comprehensive workforce planning. This has included analyzing and forecasting our current and future workforce needs, assessing and addressing gaps, and creating strategies for retaining and attracting talent to ensure we have the right people with the right skills in the right places to fill our constitutional and statutory mandates. Our workforce planning has been including the initiation of a formal classification study of our current appraiser and auditor appraiser classifications. We are exploring and have made a request for approval to use alternate classifications to aid in the recruitment of quality candidates. We have realigned our management to better facilitate workforce coverage. We are actively participating in knowledge transfer activities to preserve and pass on our expert institutional property tax knowledge. We are mitigating the effect of our workload due to retirement of managers and staff through rotational assignments. We are augmenting our recruitment approaches, and we're also analyzing the impact of generational differences in mindsets in our workplace. So at BOE, in general, in 2019, millennials overtook baby boomers as America's largest generation. However, at BOE, our generational workforce diversity includes 30% baby boomers, 44% Generation X, 23% millennials, and 3% Generation Zs. Those Generation Zs are age 28 to 11. Well, we don't have any 11-year-olds, but age 28 is the higher old. Not yet, no 11-year-olds yet. So, with 4 generations that currently make up the BOE workforce, it's important for managers and leaders to understand how these different generations view work, their values and preferences, and what motivates them. Understanding these differences is crucial in attracting and retaining the right talent. For example, in general, because there's no absolutes, younger generations value flexibility, inclusivity, work-life balance, and purpose-driven work, while our older generations view stability, security, and a clear career path. Understanding and accommodating these differences has assisted us in attracting and retaining these talented professionals. Since our last meeting, we have filled 5 vacant positions. 1 is a promotion of an internal candidate, and the other 4 are employees new to the BOE. I commend our supervisors and managers for continuing to recruit and fill all vacant positions to ensure our workforce capacity is solidly in place. The next item is a status on our IT modernization project. A request for information, referred to as an RFI, was released to the public on January 24th with a deadline of February 22nd to reply. Our RFI, cannot speak today, aimed to collect information from interested technology vendors to design, develop, and implement a new board roll system and a workload and case management system for the agency. We are pleased to receive multiple responses, and we are reviewing the information to determine our next steps. This concludes my report on operational priorities, and I welcome any questions you may have.
I have a question.
One question here so far from Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah, Ms. Renati, I don't want us to feel that we have to fill any vacancy that comes along. You know, I've spoken to a little belt tightening to make us maybe a little more efficient. I know there's been pressure on me to fill some vacancies like we lost Miss Blake, who's my chief counsel, after 20 years of service to the state or so. We've been able to tighten our belts and save a few bucks by not replacing her. And we do have the great services of our chief counsel when we need a little assistance. So I'd like to speak up for some position that you may not be able to fill. I don't want you to feel bad about it.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question, you know, in light of now that it's out there, the AC-11, do you feel that's had any kind of an impact on your recruitment?
Well, as you know, it was recently introduced, but we anticipate it will have an impact our recruitments and have a negative impact on that recruitment, yes.
If I could just clarify,
Go ahead, Member Gaines.
yeah, with the passage of AB 102, the BOE really had to be kind of reorganized. And so there was a huge split of staffing. We had to rebuild our whole legal department. We had property folks that I think, well, we had a split. I should probably not get real specific, but it's taken us, I think, about this much time just to get it back to where it needs to be. And then in addition to that, we've had to take on the responsibility of implementing Prop 19. And we've done that without asking for any additional staffing, just trying to fill some of these vacancies. So I want to make sure that we have the right balance of having the right staffing to get the job done right versus having not enough staffing and everybody being pressured and becoming actually less efficient. So there's a balance there, and I think we've had the right balance, and we're starting to fill those positions that should be filled. We're seeing great progress in terms of our classes that we're offering to county assessors and their staff, and using technology to do that. So I'm excited about where we are and the progress that we've made, and in being careful, obviously careful with our budget, but I think we're at about the same as we were last year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like we're asking for more, but I want to make sure we run it right too.
I agree
Yeah.
completely.
Right, thank you.
Seeing no other comments, I think we're good.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is K2A, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the TRA office to keep you informed. First, I'm pleased to report some statistics from last month as far as the completed cases by our office and provide some insight on the type of those cases. Figures are provided by board member district, by category, administrative versus valuation, and by topic areas within those categories in a memorandum attached to the public agenda notice. I'm just going to go over some of those statistics for you today. In February, we completed 32 cases. 8 were in board member Keynes's district, District 1. 6 were in board member Lieber's district, District 2. 10 were in board member Vasquez's district, District 3. And 8 were in board member Schaefer's district, District 4. Of the 32 completed cases, 3 were in the administrative category and 29 were in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellations, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the tax bill. The valuation category includes change in ownership, declines in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, actual enrollment of value, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category and 3 cases in total, they all pertain to delinquent or defaulted property taxes. With respect to the valuation category and its 29 cases in total, 8 pertain to change in ownership, 12 pertain to exclusions from reassessment, 5 cases involved exemptions, 3 cases involved property taxation, and 1 new construction. To provide some additional insight on the specific types of exclusion and exemption cases, I offer this further breakdown. For the 12 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 9 pertain to the parent-child exclusion, and 3 pertain to base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over. 9 of the 12 cases occurred during the time of current law under Proposition 19, while the changes in ownership events occurred on or after the February 16, 2021 effective date of the Proposition 19's intergenerational transfer exclusion provisions. And the remaining cases pertain to transfers occurring under prior law. For the 5 exemption cases, 2 pertain to the disabled veterans exemption, 1 pertain to the 4% vessel exemption, and 2 pertain to the welfare exemption. To provide some additional insight on the type of the case that we have to assist taxpayers, I wanted to offer some additional information on one case as an example of how we helped a taxpayer to resolve their concerns. This case involved a nonprofit organization that was seeking exemption on one property that its sister nonprofit organization had transferred it to it, so it would be separate from the other organization in order to receive certain grants, and to 2 other properties that the organization had purchased thereafter. The organization was seeking the welfare exemption available under property taxes for property used for domestic violence shelters and transitional housing. Both organizations were nonprofit organizations, but the corporation was formed to receive the properties from the other corporation was granted IRS tax exempt status under IRC 501c2. The assessor's office where the properties were located explained that its office could not grant the welfare exemption until that new organization held a valid organizational clearance certificate issued by our agency. The newly formed organization then applied for an organizational clearance certificate with our agency, but was surprised when it received an incomplete finding sheet without being issued an OCC. Because the properties were operated similarly to the sister organization, the organization didn't understand why the finding sheet had asked for an IRS tax exempt letter under 501c3, so it just continued to submit the same IRS tax exempt letter, although it was under a different code. The organization didn't make the connection that the IRS code was different. After a few submissions, the taxpayer contacted the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and we helped them understand that the newly formed organization would never receive an organizational clearance certificate if the organization only held the 501c2 status, because IRS 501c1 was needed. We helped them to understand that the law only allows certain types of organizations, nonprofit organizations, to qualify for the welfare exemption, and that for other organizations, such as a limited liability company, where its members needed to have 501c3 status, that was acceptable, and also for limited partnerships that own and operate low-income housing properties, although they themselves are not nonprofit 501c3 or nonprofit at all. They are permitted to have the welfare exemption under a law allowing for it if they have a nonprofit managing general partner. So thereafter, the organization engaged its attorney to apply for the IRS to change its IRS status from 501c2 to 501c3. And after a long journey, it received 501c3 status and contacted our office seeking assistance with it receiving an organizational clearance certificate. We contacted the agency's property tax department in the exemption sections to ensure that that claim was expedited for them, as well as offered to contact the assessor's office to see if their claim could be expedited for the past few years that it was unable to receive the welfare exemption on those domestic violent shelters. Finally, we were able to coordinate with the assessor's office and get that exemption granted. The next item that I would like to report on is follow-up questions posed from last month's meeting by Member Schaefer. During the presentation of the taxpayers' annual report, Member Schaefer asked what the pictures on the cover to that report was. At that time, I said that the pictures were basically representative of each district, but I was not able to indicate exactly what those were, so I have that information for you now. So in case you don't have it with you, those are the pictures. So for the 2021-22 TRA annual report, the photos on the front cover actually go clockwise in order from the top left picture, starting with District 1, with the picture on the top right from District 2, the picture on the bottom right from District 3, and the picture on the bottom left from District 4. The top photo from District 1 is the Auburn City Hall. It is also the Placer County Historic Courthouse in Auburn, California, that was completed in 1898. And it is also...
Beautiful building, by the way, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're
It's-
ever in
it-
Auburn, check it out. They did a great job in renovating it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it is lovely. It is also home of the Placer County Museum. So the next one from District 1, which is on the top left photo, the top right photo is from District 2, is the Berkeley Tower located on UC Berkeley campus with the San Francisco Bay in the background. One of my staff members actually graduated from UC Berkeley, and she refers to it as the Campanelli, also known as the Sather Tower. And a Campanelli is a Italian bell tower. Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing that. I took French. So the bottom right photo from District 3 is the Pasadena City Hall, specifically the back side of the building on Euclid Avenue. The bottom left photo from District 4 is the San Diego waterfront, specifically the marina and waterfront at the Embarcadero in San Diego. So at future board meetings, I will be providing further updates to keep you informed on the activities of the TRA
You've done a
office.
very good job on those pictures. I'm impressed with all four of them.
Thank you. They are actually all very nice. I can't take credit for them. I just give broad, requests to our forms and publication sections that picks the photos. So. But I do like bridges and water, so. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
It looks like we do have some. I'll start with Member Gaines first.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation and how many cases are being dealt with in each county, each district that we have. But I met with a constituent earlier this week that was having a challenge with a home that they had sold, and they bought a new home in a different county. It was a base year value issue, and it was taking a long time to get the new county to go through and process the paperwork. It's a problem that we've had throughout all of our districts, and in the meantime, they're having to pay a higher tax base. Is there anything that we can do at the BOE to provide a seminar or some sort of education process in terms of how that should be determined? In this particular case, the constituent said that they didn't really understand how to go through the proper paperwork. And again, in this case, it's been 2 years, so they're really struggling. I haven't presented it to anybody at the BOE because I suggested that the constituent talk to their county assessor who's newly elected and see if they can get it done quickly. But I'll be in communication with her, and if she has an issue, maybe asking you or others at the BOE to see if there's anything that we can do to help them. Part of my question is, are the county assessor staff properly trained on this base year value issue? Do they understand it, or is it just a labor issue and there's backlogs? It's probably a combination in some counties, but it's something that keeps coming up. It's something that we've had to implement here at the BOE, Prop 19, but we want to make sure that it's operating smoothly. And I noticed that Sister Lee is not here, but certainly we ought to be communicating with them, I think, in terms of how to resolve this.
So if you'd like to forward that over to my office, I'm happy to take a look at it and contact her, look at the specific situation.
Yeah.
But I do think, county assessor staff are definitely trained on understanding how to process base year value transfers. There was a time period that where basically the implementing legislation was not passed for a time period that has passed since September of 2021. So
Okay.
that's ample time to do that. But it's volume. I think different counties are staffed differently. But there were a lot of base year value transfers that were made, particularly with the change in law now where a person can move anywhere in the state, as opposed to previously under prior law, you could only move to a different county if that county adopted an ordinance allowing such base year value transfer, and there were only 10 in the state.
That's right.
So, and with Proposition 19 allowing you to buy up higher market value, people are doing it. So there's a huge volume. It also takes additional time to process when you move from one county to another, because part of determining a new base year value is looking at what the factored base year value was of the prior of the previous property, original property.
Yeah, so that's been,
so
in
they
this
would
case,
know it.
that's been provided. So the county
Yeah.
they moved from did do the paperwork. It's
Yes.
the new county that they've moved to
Yeah.
that's delayed it for about 2 years, and that's just a,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can take a look at, I'm happy to
Okay.
take a look at it, but yeah, I think, they have to provide that factored base year value, and also the new assessor has to, the new county has to actually calculate the new base year value, but I'm happy to look into,
Okay.
what the reasoning is of that, and get back to your
I'll see
office.
if, I'll see if our constituent is successful in meeting with the assessor, and then next step, we'll give you a call.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Seeing no other answered questions, I think we're good.
Thank you.
May I suggest, we had implied earlier today when we had the telephone caller in that we would take an item up around 11:30, so we're going to take something out of order, if that's okay with you?
Sure.
So we're going to go to item K, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, K5A, Legislative Issues. This item will be presented by Ms. Renati, and then we will return and do the property tax report later, or we'll see,
When appropriate.
as time allows. Thank you.
So Chairman Vasquez and honorable members, I am Lisa Renati, Chief of Deputy Director, and today I'll provide a brief report on behalf of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Attached to today's agenda is a listing of bills we are tracking and monitoring so that could impact the BOE's tax programs or administration. For our tax programs, we are in process of preparing analysis for 4 bills relating to affordable housing, 2 bills relating to base year transfers for disasters, 1 bill extending the exemption for qualified property used in spaceflight, 1 bill regarding disclosure of alcoholic beverage tax returns for beer manufacturers, a bill related to homeowners' exemption for persons confined in a hospital or other care facility, and 5 bills relating to exemptions available for disabled veterans. As we complete bill analyses for these items, we will post the analyses on our website and provide a copy to your offices for your reference. Additionally, we continue to track the 3 board-sponsored legislative proposals approved by the board in November 2022. SB 890 makes technical changes clarifying the changes made by Prop 19 and Senate Bill 539 to amend the Revenue and Taxation Code to include references relating to the intergenerational transfer exclusion and the age 55 and older and disabled and disaster-based year transfers. SB 889 makes technical changes affecting the alcoholic beverage tax to increase the efficiency and administration of the program concerning the authorization of electronic service of levies and the amendment of the RTC code to require any determinations or cancellations that are in excess of $50,000 to be public for 10 days after the effective date of the determination or cancellation. Members, this concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a couple of questions if nobody else has any. And I'm not sure if it's a question for you or Mr. Young. I see him in the back as well. And it's regards to SB 653, the Senator Archuleta's bill, which you mentioned. It says, although the language is not added yet, it appears that it would allow individuals to claim both the homeowner's exemption and the veteran's exemption. Is that correct?
The way the bill is currently written, correct, it does allow both.
Yes. The way, well,
Well, it hasn't been amended yet,
It
but
hasn't been
that's
amended,
the
but
intent of the bill as written.
but as it's moving forward, that's what I'm hearing. And that's what I was wondering if you had any updates on that, or I guess it's more of a legal question, if that's something.
Well, I can answer, I'm gonna try to answer, and
Okay.
Dave said he's gonna run up if I say something crazy, but
All right.
it has, we're waiting for it to be amended. But based on current statutes, the exemptions are mutually exclusive. So, right, as it stands right now, those are mutually exclusive, you claim one or the other.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. So depending on, well, I guess we still have to wait and see, let's see what the language comes out. But, so that was kind of my reading, and I think you answered my question on that one. I think you also touched on AB 1014, was that correct? Or you're going to get to that one?
No, I think I put that on there. That was one of the ones we're working on, yes.
On that one, kind of another one, it combines disabled veterans, the exemption, with any other real property exemption, including regular veterans exemptions. Do we have data indicating how many claimants have received this disabled veterans exemption?
I don't have it at my fingertips. We are, I believe we do have it, and we can
We do.
circle back with your office and get you that information.
I appreciate it. And then well, no, I guess, yeah, I'll wait for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other, seeing no other hands, I think we're good.
Ms. Renati, can you please stay for a second here?
Yes,
Oh, we have that one member of
Yes,
the public.
I'm going to make a statement that we have no one in the audience who wanted to make a public comment regarding this item. I'm going to go to the AT&T moderator, but we do have 2 written comments on this item that Ms. Renati will read into the record. So let's go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Again, if you'd like to make comment and have not already done so, press 10 on your phone's keypad. We will go first to Janine Kilroy. Please go ahead.
And I apologize, mine is actually relative to SCA 4 and now ACA 11. Should I go back in queue or speak now?
I believe you can do it now.
Okay, great. So my name is Janine Kilroy, and I want to thank you for letting us comment. I came out to the meeting last summer regarding Proposition 19 and the damage it has already started to cause our state, many families, and the systematic elimination of our only under-market rental units in the state, where many school teachers and plumbers, et cetera, live, that are now being eliminated because of 19. And while I was originally here to ask for your guidance on how we get SCA 4 on the agenda of the Senate committees, as there was a meeting yesterday of the Elections and Constitutional Amendments group, but it was not on that agenda. I'm very politically naive, so would love to get some feedback. But before we go into that, I would like to emphasize my strong opposition of the possibility of the elimination of this board via this ACA 11 you mentioned. It genuinely makes me sick that someone would bring this forward. It feels like we're being suffocated and we don't have a path to speak and reach out to people. It's very, very weird for a democracy to me. So sorry to sound passionate, but it is very disturbing to me. If I didn't have a very full-time job, I'd offer to help the cause here and try to get the attention of a paper of just how evil a move this seems to me. With that said, I'd appreciate hearing about any ideas on how we can get more attention about the importance of SCA4 to gain awareness, to get this adopted. I don't know if we as citizens and taxpayers can submit agenda items to these other groups or how best to go about getting attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. On the question of getting information, do we have, I guess we can get back to her on some of the groups that are out there and the process, I guess. It sounds like she needs some assistance or guidance in terms of how to getting her positions maybe heard with different groups that we are, at least that we're informed with. And I don't know if Ms. Renati, if you're, well, I know you're kind of new in this role, so I'm not sure if it's something that you're familiar with. And I see our attorney walking up, so I guess he's going to fill me in a little bit on this one.
So, thank you, Chairman Vasquez, and thanks to the caller. I'm Henry Nancho, Chief Counsel here. First and foremost, she should go to her representative. That's generally a first stop. The representative's office can give her information on, obviously she can make her position known to that representative, and she could provide input that way. In addition, the legislature has their website. They usually post things, especially hearings, and most of their hearings allow a period for public comment, as the board members know. That's another good source for the caller to provide input. Generally speaking, her legislative person should be able to help, and then if she wants to contact our TRA office or our staff, we can get her contact information and possibly reach out with more assistance.
Could I add to that?
Yes, go ahead,
Yeah,
Member
'cause
Gaines.
I really appreciate Ms. Kilroy's comments, and I just want to drill a little bit more on the her representative. So she could, I would advise that she call her assembly member and senator and just voice her opposition to ACA 11, and then also ask for information on the bill. Also, SCA 4, I think, is the other one she mentioned, but she should be able to get some information about the aspects of that bill, and they could keep her on a list and keep her informed in terms of what's happening, the progress or defeat of that legislation as it moves forward. So,
Absolutely. Thank you, Member Gaines.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
And I believe our Vice Chair, Ms. Lieber, has something to add to that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I wanted to point out also to the caller, hopefully Ms. Kilroy is still listening, that through either the Assembly or Senate's websites, you can look at the bills that are being considered. And when you go to a specific bill like SCA 4, you can subscribe to that bill by email, entering your email address, and then you'll be automatically notified when there are any changes to the bill, when the bill is referred to a committee. And so it's a really great way to really start to track that through the process. And so I would encourage everyone to do that with the bills that they're interested in. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands or comments?
We have someone else on the line.
We do have,
Thank you.
yep, we do have one more in queue. We will welcome back Christine Huey. Please go ahead. Oh, there you go. You're live now. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for hearing me out. My name is Christine Huey. I am also calling in support of A4, which Jen was calling about, Jen Kilroy. I think we really need to reverse that part of that legislation of Prop 19 that was quite deceitful. I mean, there's nothing in the title that shows the true nature of the bill, which is actually a death tax I mean, who doesn't want to help the elderly or the burn victims or the disabled? Everyone does. But when I first read the piece of legislation, that part where it reassesses the property taxes for those who are already in mourning of the death of their parents or grandparents, I mean, that's just not right. So I do want to gain support for that real bill, and I'm wondering also how we can go about to get support for it.
I appreciate your comments, and I mean, ourselves, you know, we've pretty much dealt with it quite a bit and with some hearings, and I think we also share some of your frustrations. I think probably the best thing to do, I'm not sure in what district you're in, but getting a hold of your senator and assembly member in your district, I think would be a good start.
Thank you, but we can't seem to get any support. And when I was collecting signatures, when I talked to people about it, they didn't know anything about it. There's absolutely no information, or no one knows anything, and it's just been really, really hard because this is going to affect a lot of people in California, and they just don't realize it yet.
No, I agree. Member Gaines, I think, has a comment.
Just that, yeah, I would talk to your legislators, see if you could follow the legislation that you're concerned about, as was suggested by Member Lieber. On Prop 19, I would call Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. They could give you an update of what's going on, because there's been talk about putting an initiative on the ballot to make changes to Prop 19, and I just don't know if it's really going to move forward or not. But they could give you.
I think, yeah,
they could give you information.
I think that they did come up with the information on trying to reverse that part of the Prop 19, but we're trying to move it forward, and we can't seem to get. I mean, it's just dying. I don't want to see it die without a chance. So we need someone to help us move it along, and we don't know how to go about it.
Yeah, and I would still say that I would at least speak to them and find out if they're planning to do anything in that area on Prop 19, because I think it's on their list of issues to look at. I just don't know if they're moving forward or not. It's a very expensive process to move through an initiative in terms of you've got to raise money, you've got to gather signatures. You know, and a lot of them fail. But it's at least an avenue that is available to citizens in the state of California. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Do we have anybody else on the line?
And we do. Yep.
Oh.
We have one more in queue.
Okay.
We're going to go to Ty Louie. Ty Louie, please go ahead.
C. Louie. Hi, this is Gina C. Louie. I guess ACA 11 must be a very bad, unlucky number, because that was the same number for 2020 Proposition 19. And now it's trying to get rid of the Board of Equalizations that has been the only taxpayer advocate that is willing to hear us. Christine was on earlier, Jen was on earlier, and you guys take the complaints for Proposition 19. And what we're asking, because we know that you just enact whatever is voted on taxpayer-wise, legislation-wise, et cetera, is that when you do have people that are complaining to you, let them know that we exist. We have tried on SCA 4 yesterday to contact one of the 2 committees that it was referred to, and it wasn't on their agenda. And that's really disappointing, because they're referred, and supposedly we're going to get a hearing April 6th, and the next one for the second committee is going to be March 29th. So how do we get heard if our legislators don't want to hear us? Unfortunately, we've reached out to Phil Ting, Scott Wiener, and they're for Prop 19. So they're just, they're not for the people? How do we get something for the people?
Well, I guess my only thoughts is that you're right. I guess at the end of the day, I mean, you started off in the right direction. I think just reaching out to your representatives. And actually, in 24, you'll have an opportunity to vote for a new representative because Ting is actually termed out. So there will be an opportunity for you to think about voting for somebody that's going to listen to you.
Can I just
Yes,
add in?
Member
'Cause
Gaines.
I think it's just a matter of being active and engaged, and, you could develop a coalition of support, volunteers, and you could follow the bill and get, you should be able to get accurate information because these are public hearings. So whenever it's appearing before a committee, you should be able to get the date and time of that, and there's always an opportunity for public comment. And I would urge you to, have your voice be heard. And the bigger the coalition is, the bigger your voice is. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, multiple of us were on the call yesterday, and Jen Kilroy was number 11, and she got dropped. And so we're feeling like they don't want to hear from us.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges I guess we have with technology these days. But don't give up. Keep coming. Thank you. Did we have anybody else?
Thank you.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone else on the line who'd like to make a public comment on this matter?
We have nobody else in queue at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make a comment and haven't done so, press 10 at this time, please. And with that reprompt, we have no additional callers in queue.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. So we have 2 written comments that will be read into the record by Ms. Renati.
The first comment is from Diana Snyder. Dear board members, Prop 19 continues to hurt families mourning the loss of a parent or grandparent. Please work to overturn this horrible legislation and reinstate 58. Please lend your support to SCA 4 to get this issue before voters again. Thank you. The next comment is from Lily, a retired senior from the education field. Although I am not able to attend the BOE meeting in March 2023 as a registered voter in California, I would like to urge all caring legislators and Governor Newsom to support with a yes vote on SCA 4. It is very important that SCA 4 gets on the March 2024 ballot, as it will allow voters an opportunity to restore the important taxpayer protection, Prop 58 and 193, in place from 1986 until February 2021, which was removed by the narrow passage of Prop 19 in 2020. These taxpayer protections guaranteed that property taxes would not be reassessed upon property transfer from a parent to a child upon death. With your support, you have an opportunity to help many grieving California families to have a choice to remain in their home and or keep any small family business, that is a mom and pop rental property, home daycares, family farms, and ranches. Additionally, SCA 4 also will help renters secure affordable living arrangements and protect the disabled to remain at their needed family home. Note, new property owners, usually wealthy developers, have evicted long-term rent tenants and build new developments, which charge high market rates and rental rates to cover its cost basis and expenses. Prop 19 accelerates gentrification and the loss of affordable housing in California statewide, especially for the working class, minorities, and the disabled group. SCA 4 will not change the positive part of Prop 19, such as allowing seniors age 55 to keep their property tax basis if they move to another county in California, help fire victims, and the advertised help to firefighters, which actually received no funding so far. Please show that you care and join our heroes, Senator Ciarto and Assemblyman Philip Chen, authors of SCA 4, with a yes vote on SCA 4 and support affordable housing in California. More at YouTube, created by a college student, about the city of Sunnyvale and the need for affordable housing. Her grandma commented that the only way to stay in Sunnyvale area would be to inherit her modest home, which the deceptive Prop 19 took that affordable housing solution away for the descendants of longtime Californians. More at included clips of Governor Newsom and the caring rep, Ro Khanna, of the San Jose area. YouTube.com, watch, it's got the address, Thank you. Vote yes on SCA 4, a registered voter in Santa Clara County. Ms. L. Lim, a retired senior from the educational field. P.S. Negative impacts on Prop 19. Many people do not know about the harmful effects of Prop 19 until a loved one or a parent dies. Death triggers property to be reassessed at current market value, market rate. Most families will be forced to sell their beloved home, including mom and pop businesses, and most likely leave California due to the unaffordable new property tax assessment. If Prop 19 is not reversed, wealthy developers will buy and build market rate mansions and rental properties from the inherited properties. Reason, Prop 19 causes an unaffordable tax increase and forces families to sell long-held properties, including mom and pop businesses, affordable rental units, home-based daycares, and farms. This accelerates gentrification and the loss of affordable housing. New developments charge high unaffordable market rates.
3 minutes is up. Thank you. Time is expired.
Thank you. Do we have any other written comments, or was that
We
it?
have no other. Mm-mm.
I had a
Oh, we
question.
have some questions.
Mr.
Member
Nadi,
Schaefer.
was Willie the first one? You had several taxpayers, didn't you, on your recitation?
I have two taxpayers. One was Diana Snyder and the other was Lily.
Lily, and where is Lily from?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Based on what she said, it seems like it's the Bay Area.
All right, thank you.
Member Gaines?
Yeah, I was just thinking one other option would be to contact the author of SCA 4, Searto. I mean, we were looking for, for ways for them to have an impact on the legislation, so I just wanted to throw that out there. And maybe they've already done that, but certainly it's their path.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I think we're good to move.
Seeing no other comments, yeah. Mhm. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Ronaldo.
Ms. Ryan.
We
Ms.
have an
Cook?
opportunity to go to lunch right now from 12 to 1, so we could begin on time and take the property tax item later on in the day.
Because we have speakers, I think, lined up
That's
to come in,
correct.
right?
Mhm,
Okay.
We have not had a break yet this
We
morning.
had somebody who was going to call in at 11:30. Did that happen? Or?
We
Yes,
just
it
did that,
did.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it did, Mr. Schaefer.
So, yeah, because I know we have Senator and a couple other electeds, so we should honor their tight schedules.
Coming here, or is it going to be?
I think Senator Allen's going to be here.
Okay.
Some others are going to be online, but they're programmed to come in right after our lunch, so
Okay.
so it might be appropriate. One, to give them a break, at the same time, take our little lunch break. Member Schaefer, yes?
I'd like to ask Mr. Kim to come forward.
You have a question?
Yes, he's the only talented department head that's been silent, and, he's too valuable to be silent. I'd like to ask him, I'm sure,
Is this an item that's going to be discussed later on the agenda, or
well,
you just have?
I'd like to be informed by him that he's updated our little handout material, and
So unfortunately, Member Schaefer, Mr. Kim is not on the agenda, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to come up and present on a topic that's not on the agenda. However, I can have him reach out to you after the meeting and get any questions you have answered.
well, I had a question about maybe some of the interesting things that are going on in the meeting today could be the object of a press release to go out to the 4 counties. Maybe he's doing that, maybe he isn't, I don't know. It's just that the report of the Taxpayers Advocate was very interesting. The fact that the pictures from the local areas are being featured. I think that he could do a little press release on something to go into each of the 4 districts, and I'd like to discuss that with him.
I'll have him contact you after the meeting.
Okay, that'll be fine, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I guess we stand adjourned until, what time did we say?
We'll recess.
Because that's.
You all agree?
coincide with the speakers and others will be.
Yes, that's right.
So,
1 hour lunch.
1 hour lunch. 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Yes.
Chair, that's not for our convenience, but we're going to what we.
back, and Ms. Cicchetti, if you could just please call the next item.
All righty, we are going to be taking the next two items out of order. Item L1B will come before item L1A. So here we go. Therefore, the next item is Board Member Requested Matters, item L1, New Matters, item L1B, Presentation, Overview, and Discussion on 2023 Affordable Housing Legislation. Perspectives on current affordable housing legislation potentially affecting property assessments, valuation, exemptions, and related processes for discussion and possible action. This item will be presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, the purpose of this item is to provide the board with an opportunity to hear from the authors, supporters, stakeholders, and assessors regarding various Senate and Assembly bills related to affordable housing or related property assessment or exemption issues. The board members may choose to motion for the BOE to vote in support or oppose or remain neutral on the language in any bill we seek further information on moving forward in this presentation. The board members are accountable to the legislators and taxpayers for assessing and collecting the proper amount of taxes due, which includes exploring, evaluating, and discussing legislative measures that may impact or affect such taxes, including taxes or exemptions related to affordable housing and other property tax matters. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please introduce our first speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Just a reminder for you and the board members, per the request of the legislators who are speaking today, we have converted certain times for certain participants. In order to respect the commitments made to the legislators, we will call upon the speakers in turn and ensure that everyone will have an opportunity to address each of the items. Our first speaker is the Honorable Ben Allen, Senator, California State Senate District 24, who will be addressing SB 588, Property Taxation Exemption. Let me see. AT&T moderator, is Mr. Allen on the line? Can you open his line?
Mr. Allen, if you're on the line, please press 10 so we can identify which line is yours. And we have no response to that prompt. Apparently, Mr. Allen is not connected. Mr. Allen, if you are connected, please press 10 so we can identify you.
Okay.
Still no response.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Would you like me to go to the next item then?
Yes, why don't we do that and see if he calls in, and then we'll reconnect.
Correct. That would be fine. The next item, or the next speaker, is the Honorable Christopher Ward, Assembly Member, California State Assembly District 78, who will address AB 84, Property Taxation Welfare Exemption. Mr. Ward is on, here he is. We could see him on the television, the monitor. He's here via the remote.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Great to be with you virtually this afternoon. I'm over here in the Capitol, and I appreciate the time today to be able to introduce Assembly Bill 84. Just for a tech check, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Good to go. All right. Well, this bill, I think as you know, under existing law, affordable rental housing that's owned by a nonprofit is considered a charitable use, and it's eligible to access the property welfare exemption. In addition, the Constitution is clear and states that the welfare exemption applies to buildings under construction and land that's required for their convenient use. However, when an affordable housing developer purchases the land subject to recorded covenants for affordable housing, most county assessors will not approve the welfare exemption back to the date of acquisition. And instead, they only approve the exemption date back to the start of construction. So what that results in is that our affordable housing advocates are paying taxes from the time of purchase to construction, which can be years and add up to developers floating hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax payments. In addition, tenants who enter affordable housing must meet specific AMI requirements. However, they are not required to move out when their income increases. For the last few years, the welfare exemption law has acknowledged this reality and maintains an exemption as long as the tenant's income does not exceed 140% of AMI. However, this provision sunsets in 2028, and it only applies to developments that receive low-income housing tax credits, leaving out many non-tax credit developments in the same predicament. So, AB 84 will clarify that the land restricted for affordable housing qualifies for the welfare exemption, that it presumes that the deed restricted affordable housing qualifies for the welfare exemption and would require that the county assessor conditionally grant that exemption. And lastly, the bill expands the 140% AMI rule to cover all deed restricted affordable housing and eliminates the sunset. So I think that this is going to allow our nonprofit affordable housing developers the ability to apply their resources without having to float unnecessary tax payments to allow them to better facilitate access to the welfare exemption. And I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Assemblymember Ward. I just wanted to make a quick comment and then a quick question, and then I'll open it up to the other members as well. It sounds like it will really help incentivize the low-income developers or developments, since it would allow for the property owners to receive the exemption at a time of the purchase, which I think you mentioned, of the land developed and used for low-income housing starting in 24-25. It sounds like the eligible property owners will be able to claim the exemption as soon as they purchase the deed restrict property and then be entitled to a refund once the low-income units are in use. Is that correct?
Well, they would be correct, exempt from the time of acquisition. I think that's a very great generalization of kind of what the bill would be able to do. And I think the reality that we're seeing is, especially as housing development costs have gone up, what more can we all do to try to help and really bring down the cost of development? Because ultimately that is going to affect whether or not these projects pencil out or not, whether they're actually going to move forward, which is going to affect whether or not we're going to have more affordable housing really break ground. And I think that if the intent is clear that the purchase is there and it intends to be affordable housing, that the welfare exemption, that's really memorialized during the time of site acquisition. You know what that's going to become. So why not make sure there's clarity here to afford that so that it helps us from a public perspective meet the goals of more affordable housing development?
No, I appreciate it, because that's one of the things when we did a hearing on this, we heard from several developers that there's always the issue of them sitting there waiting while approvals finally, whether it's an approval locally or approval on the state level, they're sitting on all this money that they're paying interest on. And I think you kind of touched on it in your opening remarks. So really appreciate your efforts on this. Let me see if there's other members that have any other questions or comments. It sounds like, did you have a question on this? Oh, Member Schaefer?
Hi, Chris. Mike Schaefer here. Wonder if there's anything I can do to help you. I am your representative on this board.
Certainly appreciate if the board is considering taking positions on legislation. Would love to be able to garner your support and continue to work with you and board staff for any improvements that the bill might need.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Lieber has a comment.
Thank you so much. Well, my compliments to the Assemblyman on the bill. I think that it will be very beneficial towards production of affordable housing. And also, because most of the providers have multiple projects that they're envisioning in the future, I think that this would really help with the financial planning and streamlining a succession of building projects. And that's what we really need in our communities. Where I live, it's a very high-cost area, and we are really seeing the impact of a lack of workforce housing. And I believe that this bill would really help with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I couldn't agree more.
Member Gaines, I think, has a comment or a question as well.
Good. Thank you, Assemblyman Ward. just to clarify, so this would take the welfare exemption and allow that exemption to be in effect upon acquisition of the land, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so it just provides the tax benefit earlier.
That's correct. And
Wonderful.
yeah, I think, again, is that the right thing to do? Well, again, if we know that this property and that's the direction that things are headed, be able to expand that a little earlier makes the difference on the balance sheet and will help to make sure that products pencil out so we can develop more.
That's great, wonderful, thank you. Sounds like a great bill.
Yes. We have another comment or question here from our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Assemblymember Ward, for being here and speaking to this body on the important issue of housing. And I commend you for this work you're doing here. I believe your office is working with the Controller's Office on this bill as well.
We are. I wanted to thank the controller staff as well for all their help.
Thank you, Assemblymember. I wanted you to, if you can be able to expand on the 140% AMI that you're aiming for in this bill, especially when we talk about rising costs and affordability in California.
Right. So the existing law does allow individuals up to 140% AMI in certain affordable housing developments. And there is a provision in existing statute that will sunset in 2028. So one element of this bill will we know that the benefit that's helping for those middle income families. We've seen that under this, I guess, pilot scenario tested well. And so we want to remove that sunset to allow that provision in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. I think those are all the questions we had. And thank you again, Assemblymember Ward, for your leadership on this, because I think, we're going to be hearing from several others on some other bills. And I think the more we can do and to come at this crisis that we have on affordable housing, the better off we're going to be.
Can I move we support this?
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. And I think we have,
I would move that we support his bill.
it's been moved and second. I don't see any other hands up. Ms. Cicchetti, do we have anybody, we don't have any written comments on this, do we, or anybody on the public?
No, we do not have any written comments on this.
Can we check to see if there's anybody in the public that
We
wishes
can.
to speak on the
We
motion?
can, yes. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Ladies and gentlemen on phones, to comment by phone, please press 10 at this time. And we have no callers queuing up.
All righty. So the motion is that the board members are
In support.
in support of AB 84, property tax welfare exemption. And it was moved by Mr. Schaefer and second by Ms. Lieber.
Yes.
Okay. We're ready to take roll. Chair Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Mr. Gaines,
Aye.
Mr. Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous. You got our full support on your bill here, Assemblymember Ward, and good luck with it.
Thank you all very much. Let's keep working together on this.
All righty, thanks. With that,
Yes, I believe Senator Ben Allen is on the phone now.
is he? Okay, let's put him on.
Just make sure.
Hi there.
Mr. Allen, you're on the phone. We just want to make sure we have a connection.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Let me make an introduction. Our speaker is Honorable Ben Allen, Senator, California State District 24, who will address SB 588, Property Taxation Exemption. Welcome, Senator
thank you.
Allen.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate your forbearance. I was hoping to be there in person today. The whole family's come down with a nasty cold, and so I figured it would be best in everyone's interest for me to take this call from home. But just appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about our bill, SB 588. You've obviously just been discussing another bill relating to the affordable housing crisis. just to underscore the needs, the latest affordable housing needs report from the Housing Partnership found that while median rent in California has increased by 38% since 2000, median renter household income has only increased by 7% adjusted for inflation, which is, as we know, pushed many of California's near 6 million lower income renter households further into severe rent burden. So the state has taken many concerted efforts to boost affordable housing production and address the shortfall in availability. But that report that I was just alluding to found that the state is only funding about 20% of what's needed to meet its statewide RENA goals. And so, as we've been discussing, we need to be looking for all sorts of different angles and stakeholders. So as you all know well, under current law, nonprofit developers who use public funds like tax credits or state or federal grants and loans, so those nonprofit developers who use public funds to build affordable rental housing are awarded a 100% property tax exemption so long as the 90% of its tenants are low income and their rent rates don't exceed the rent levels prescribed for low income renters. The rent levels that are prescribed in statute for low income renters. So conversely, nonprofit developers with projects that meet the same requirements but are privately funded are limited to a property tax welfare exemption of $20 million in assessed statewide value. So this means that nonprofit affordable housing developers with rental projects in high assessed value areas and those with multiple projects across the state actually face higher cost burdens and tax liabilities than their publicly funded counterparts. So we're obviously in a time where we're trying to stretch our dollar. It just seems counterproductive to tie the hands of nonprofits who want to advance affordable housing projects without tapping into public resources. If nonprofit developers are willing to enable to step up to help meet their community's housing needs, we as a state should be right there with them, providing opportunities that allow them to maximize their funding and impact. So our bill, SB 588, seeks to level the playing field among nonprofit developers by removing the current $20 million limit on property tax welfare exemptions for privately financed affordable rental housing projects if at least 90% of its units are made continuously available to or are occupied by lower income households, and the rent levels charged for those units don't exceed the existing definition of affordable rent for lower income households as prescribed in statute. And as a extra level of protection, we have closely worked with your staff. We've been talking a lot to the BOE staff to ensure that these requirements are met through a recorded deed restriction. And this wouldn't just help to ensure that the exemption tool cannot be exploited to allow for land banking, which was the concern of past iterations of this effort, but it also ensures that the units that benefit from this exemption will meaningfully serve our most vulnerable and rent-burdened community members. Once again, I just want to thank the staff of the BOE for being just incredibly helpful in providing technical assistance and expertise in this undeniably complex issue area. And I want to thank you, Chair Vasquez, for your interest in this issue as well. Anyhow, I just would, at the appropriate time, it would be a privilege to have the board's formal support and partnership on this bill.
No, thank you, Senator. And I know we've been going back and forth on this issue. And we actually have here in person also Susie Shannon, I know, who's been real active on this in your district, specifically in the downtown area there in the audience. But let me see if there's any questions or comments from any of my members before we move forward.
Well, I'm a big fan of Susie's. Will Susie be presenting too?
She's here in the audience, so I believe so. But I think there's a question here from Member Gaines for you, Senator. If you could just hold on a second. Let me have Member Gaines come on.
Hey, Ted.
Hey, how are you, Senator Allen?
You know, a little about a bad cold, but I'm fired up about SB 588.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward. And I was just curious as to the coalition that you've developed. Could you tell us a few of the supporters of your legislation?
Yeah, I mean, so far, Housing is a Human Right, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and then Chair Vasquez have been kind of the key players in this. But you know, there was an iteration last year, SB 1456, that was similar to this. And City of Beverly Hills was supportive, California Business Roundtable, California Catholic Conference. So we're going to be reaching out to them to engage them as well, and many others.
Wonderful. It sounds like you got some broad support, and I like the concept. We need to figure out how to get more affordable units built here in California. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's good to hear your voice, too. It's been a little while.
Likewise.
Yeah.
You were a great friend and colleague, and I'm glad you're still engaged in public service in such a meaningful way.
All right. Well, thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
If there's no other comments here from the board, should we bring up Susie let's bring up Susie. Why don't you come on up, Susie Shannon, and share your thoughts, because I know you've been real active in this. And we've had several conversations with the center and myself. Yeah, you just take this first seat here.
I think we have Mr. Weiner on the line, so.
And then there's folks, I believe, on the line as well. But why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susie Shannon. I'm the Policy Director with Housing as a Human Right. And AHF we're a division of AHF, and we have over 1,600 units of extremely low and very low income housing, and have spent upwards of $160 billion in terms of purchasing property. And we're also in the process of building housing for extremely low income communities. So I really, really appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding SB 588. As we know, the state of California has a affordable housing and homelessness crisis with over 171,000 people who are currently unhoused. And it's imperative that we remove any and all barriers for nonprofits to add more desperately needed affordable housing stock to California. Under the current law, the $20 million cap for the exemption of property taxes has acted as a barrier. It's really a disincentive to provide affordable housing when that housing is treated similarly to market rate housing. We need to incentivize as opposed to disincentivize the creation of affordable housing, particularly in areas where there's high homelessness. SB 588 will remove the cap on property tax exemptions for nonprofits that make 90% of a building's units continuously available to lower income households and would deed restrict those properties. So we want to make sure that we don't have nonprofits that are land banking, holding on to property. We want to make sure that these properties are utilized for low-income communities where we desperately need the housing. In the city of Los Angeles, our housing element analysis from 2014 to 2020 showed that we underbuilt a total of 10,739 units of very low and low-income units based on our RENA goals, but overbuilt approximately 70,000 market rate units. So this shows not only a gross disparity in building for low-income households, but also highlights the need to incentivize, as opposed to disincentivize, the purchase and building of lower-income units. In 2016, the California legislature passed SB 1380. I was the drafter of that bill, and Senator Holly Mitchell was the author, and it put California on a housing first model for homelessness. And Governor Jerry Brown signed that legislation because we were able to show that there were significant cost savings to housing chronically homeless populations, and that it was fiscally responsible. So as we're adding more affordable housing, we are definitely either preventing homelessness or we're helping people who are unhoused get into this desperately needed housing. And so by implementing housing first, it actually requires that we are reducing barriers to bringing this housing online, and also making sure that we're incentivizing wherever we can. And this particular legislation basically reduces a barrier. So it allows nonprofit affordable housing developers who are either buying housing and rehabilitating it or building housing to actually take what they're paying now in property taxes and reinvest that into building more affordable housing. So I would really appreciate your support today for SB 588. I want to thank Chair Vasquez for his leadership on this, and to all of you who are looking, as we saw with Ward as well, looking to be the solution to our housing and homelessness crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Just a follow-up question. Thank you, because you touched on the homeless issue too. So one of the criticisms that I've heard in terms of building the affordable housing is making sure that services are available for those homeless individuals. And, every case is different, but we want to make sure that they were getting the right assistance that's needed, because it's twofold, right? We might have challenges with the individual in terms of issues that need to be addressed, and we need the housing.
Yeah, so
are
permanent
those
supportive
being
housing.
would that be addressed in what you're describing?
Yes, for some affordable housing developers who are building permanent supportive housing, and that means that there are services available for people who actually need it and provided on site, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, I guess I'll move the item to support SB 588.
Seconded.
And second by Member Schaefer. We don't have any written comments on this one, do we?
No
Ms.
written
Schaefer?
comments on this one at all.
Can we check with AT&T if everybody's on the
Yes.
line?
AT&T moderator, could you please let us know if we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Once again, to comment by phone, please press 10 on your phone's keypad. And we have no callers queuing up.
Thank you. All righty, we have a motion to board members are in support of SB 588, moved by Chair Vasquez and seconded by Mr. Schaefer. Going to take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Mr. Gaines?
Aye.
Mr. Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for your work, and thank you, Senator. I know you're fighting a cold here with the family, so hopefully you get some needed rest, and we'll see you here soon.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Thank you, members. Thank you so much. Looking forward to working closely with you on this.
All righty, take care. With
All
that,
righty.
Ms. Cicchetti, I understand the other Senator Weiner might be on the line,
Yes, I believe so.
and he's on a tight schedule, so let's see if we
Okay,
can get
let's
him
go.
going. Oh, he's on the screen. Here he is.
There he is. Our next speaker is Honorable Scott Weiner, Senator, California State District 11, who will address two legislative bills, SB 4, Planning and Zoning, Housing Development, Higher Education Institutions and Religious Institutions, or the Affordable Housing on Faith Lands Act, and SB 423, Land Use, Streamlined Housing Approvals, Multifamily Housing Developments. Welcome, Senator Weiner.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for having me today. I've been asked to speak about these two housing bills that I'm authoring, SB 4 and SB 423. Mr. Gaines may remember the predecessor to SB 423, SB 35. You were there, and I believe you supported it, if I recall correctly. Thank you. So SB 4 is, this is the third time I'm trying this bill, and I hope that 3 times is a charm. It will allow religious institutions and nonprofit colleges to build 100% affordable housing on their excess land, meaning it will rezone the land and then provide ministerial by right approval if it meets all the specifications in the bill. We know that there are churches, synagogues, mosques, et cetera, that have way more land than they actually need for what they're doing. They might have a parking lot that's 2 or 3 times larger than what they actually need, just other land. The Turner Center at UC Berkeley did an analysis a few years ago looking at the largest, I believe 7 or 8 counties, so not all the counties, just the largest, and estimated that there are that this bill would generate about 38,000 acres of potentially available land. That doesn't even include nonprofit colleges and or all of the other counties. So this is the potential to unlock an enormous amount of land for 100% affordable housing. It will be a game changer, including for the affordable housing builders who right now they have to compete with market rate developers for land. This will effectively dedicate this land effectively only for 100% affordable housing. It will, for these religious institutions, it will provide them with an income stream, help them with their mission, because there are plenty of religious institutions that want to provide housing for homeless people or for low-income seniors or perhaps for emancipated foster youth or simply for lower-income working families. And this will help them do that. We have a massive coalition behind the bill. The bill is co-sponsored by the two largest affordable housing consortiums in the state, MPH in the Bay Area and SCAMP in Southern California, by the Jewish Public Affairs Committee, by the Carpenters unions, Northern California and Southern California, by the Inner City Law Center, which works on Skid Row with some of our lowest income residents. And we just have a massive, wonderful, diverse, beautiful coalition behind this bill. It's supported by a number of unions, including the Carpenters, Laborers, Operating Engineers, SEIU, and School Employees Association. And then SB 423 is a bill to remove the sunset on the very first bill that I ever introduced as a brand new, on the day I was sworn in to the Senate in 2016, I introduced SB 35, which expires at the end of 2025. And that bill provides expedited, streamlined approval for multi-unit housing. It doesn't change the zoning at all. It's for existing zoning. Expedited, streamlined approval for multi-unit housing in cities that are falling short of their RHNA, of their regional housing needs allocation, which, as you know, is set every 8 years, market rate, moderate, low, and very low income. Most cities don't meet any of these their goals in any of these income categories, and almost no city meets it for below market rate. And so the bill or the law, SB 35, provides that for the income categories in which you fall short of your goals, we're going to help you meet those goals by streamlining approval if it's an infill area, not sprawl, if it's an infill area, by removing it from CEQA and prohibiting any discretionary approval. If you meet all of the requirements of the bill, you get your permit within 3 to 6 months. It's been a game changer. It started off slowly in 2018, 2019, but it's really accelerated. It has streamlined tens of thousands of new homes, the bulk of which have already been built. There are a whole bunch more that are in the pipeline. 3/4 of the homes streamlined under SB 35 have been below market rate. For the affordable housing nonprofit, it's been an absolute game changer, reducing what could be a 2, 3, 4, 5 year approval process to, on average, 4 months. It's just been hugely successful. So SB 423 removes the sunset on SB 35, makes some other adjustments to the bill, and we're getting strong support. Both of these bills passed out of the Senate Housing Committee yesterday. Both received a 9-to-1 bipartisan vote, and that is the bill in a nutshell.
Thank you, Senator. On the first one you mentioned, I guess it was, I believe it was SB 423, on the taking, I guess, religious lots. Is that correct? Or was that SB 4, right?
That's SB 4, yeah.
SB 4. So those currently are not on the tax rolls anyway, right, at this point?
That's correct.
So, because, sometimes you hear from counties that, are worried about, obviously, the income that they'd be generating or losing in this case. But in this case, they're not, because they're not on the tax rolls now anyway.
That's correct. Same with the nonprofit colleges.
Exactly. So in essence, it would just give them an opportunity, if they're willing to do the true affordable housing piece, to continue receiving that exemption.
That's correct. And because it's not market rate housing, the bill only applies to below market rate. So, yes.
No, I appreciate it. Any other comments or questions? Oh, Member Gaines has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you for, number one, hello, how are you doing? Good to see you, Senator Weiner. But but I just was curious, are they all rentals? Is there opportunity for home ownership and these welfare exemptions we're looking at, or?
Well, for SB4 you're talking about?
Yeah.
So SB
Either, 'cause you
423, so
could have
SB 35 can be anything. It can be condo, apartment, anything.
Okay.
Yes, SB4 could be ownership, but it's below market rate ownership, which is a different kind of ownership. It's more constrained, and there are various rules about what happens when you sell it. It will probably largely be rental.
Yes.
But
Okay.
I'm sure there will be some ownership.
The ownership would be probably a shared equity aspect?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay, but available for folks who are struggling to buy a home or a condo. So, very good. That's great. Thank you for bringing these forward. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And, yeah, the Deputy Controller has a comment or question for you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for being here and presenting to this body, and also for being the pro-housing champion that you are here in the state.
Thank you.
You mentioned in your SB4 about the UC Berkeley Turner Institute study on the acres of land available.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you're able to identify, are those acres in urban areas where the housing is most needed?
It is, so the report is on the the UC Berkeley Turner Center website. I think they did it in 2020 when I first introduced the original version of this. I believe they're doing a refresh of it that should be out hopefully soon. And it was limited. It's either the largest 7 or 8 counties. And so some of the smaller rural counties were not part of it. I think they just did that. It was probably just the easiest to just quickly get that together. But it applies in urban areas, suburban, and in rural areas. There are exemptions around sensitive habitat and other environmental restrictions, but it could be in a variety of different settings that you could build this kind of project. And sadly, it's needed everywhere because we have poverty and people struggling with it used to be, this was San Francisco, Berkeley, et cetera, a few cities around the state that had housing problems. It's now spread like a contagion to like every corner of the state.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
And if I could just say one other thing, with SB4 and the religious institutions, when you look at where this land is, it is disproportionately in what we call high opportunity communities, meaning communities that are wealthier, that have stronger job and education access. And that's one of the challenges that we've had, that affordable housing has frequently been disproportionately built in lower income areas. Of course, we need affordable housing in those areas, but we also want it in other areas. And so this bill has a strong sort of naturally built-in equity component.
Can I ask another question related?
Yes, go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, just a follow-up question in relationship to your point. Is some of this mixed use, where you might have people of different social economic levels all in the same complex? Because there have been studies that show that that's helpful too.
Yeah, so for SB 423, absolutely, that'll be, because that will be mixed. So that will be, a bunch of that will be mixed income. For SB4, it's all below market rate, but it can go up to 120% of area median income. The average area median income has to be 80% or lower, but so you could have a mix where you have some people who are making very little, some people who are part of the middle class.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, there absolutely can be a mix of incomes.
That's great. Thank you.
No, and I think you hit it on the nail, Senator, when you're talking about many of these facilities, especially the churches, are scattered throughout cities, and in many cases are in, the more affluent parts of some of the cities. And that's one of the things I know in being involved in local government, the criticism we always got that, you know, we're always quick to build the affordable housing in the low-income areas and not spreading it out throughout the cities. So I think this actually it's kind of like a two-folder. It really helps in that situation. Plus, just creating more affordable housing for folks to have the opportunity to move into. And with that, Vice Chair Lieber has a question or comment for you.
Thank you. I just had a comment that our faith communities are always there to help to put economic and practical help patches on families. But I do believe that housing is the baseline necessity for families, and especially the affordable component of it, and the need to have multiple levels of workforce be present in the community so that, you know, all of the community can be served by having labor be able to be there. So, Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, I'd be prepared to supply a motion on both bills.
Yes, let's do it.
SB 4 and SB 423.
So it's been moved, and I'll second that. Do we have any written comment on this one?
No written comment on this item. Let's go to the monitor.
Okay.
AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
To comment by phone, please press 10 on your phone's keypad. And we have no respondents in the queue.
Thank you. Alrighty, we have a motion that the board members are supporting SB 4 and SB 423. The motion was presented by Vice Chair Lieber and seconded by Chair Vasquez. We'll take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Mr. Gaines?
Aye.
Mr. Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous, Senator. Good luck with
Thank
that, and keep us informed.
Really appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Have a good day.
Everyone, thank you.
Bye.
With that, Ms. Cicchetti, I think we have somebody else on the line, no?
Yeah, let's see if we have Senator Nancy Skinner. Are you on the line? Let me see if the AT&T moderator could ask if she's on that line. AT&T moderator, could you please see if Senator Nancy Skinner is on the line?
Certainly. Senator Skinner, if you are connected by phone, please press 10 on your phone's keypad so we can identify which line is yours and get you opened up. We have no response. Apparently she's not connected on this end.
All righty. Thank you very much. All righty, the next person was Ms. Shannon, which we've already heard from. So let's see if Jordan Marks is on the line, even though he was for later on today. Is Jordan Marks on the line? I don't have
If
anyone.
so, by phone, press 10.
Thank you, moderator.
And we have no response.
All righty. We have a couple of options to go at this time. We could go back to the report that we have missed, or we continue on your L items and see if we have the other speakers available.
I see our director, Yvette Stowers. I think she's prepared to come back on.
Just on this item here.
Oh, sure, go ahead, come on up.
Good afternoon, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. So far, the board has voted to support SB 4, SB 423, SB 588, and SB 84. I'm sorry? AB 84. As your Executive Director, I will prepare the support letters.
Appreciate it.
All righty, I just have found out that Scott Thornberry has joined the teams. He's on our other item, which is the L1A item. If you would like me to go to that item, we could begin that one. And then it's up to you, or we could,
Well, yeah, while we're waiting for either Ms. Skinner or, I think we had, or Jordan, if either those two come back on, we'll give them an opportunity. Why don't we do that?
okay, well, let me introduce the item, and then we could speak about it.
Okay.
The item is L, Board Member Requested Matters, L1, New Matters, L1A, 2023 Economic Trends in California, Forecasts for Sectors of Growth and/or Decline, Possible Impacts on Property Values from Inflation, Rising Interest Rates, State and Local Initiatives, and Other Factors. Informational input from economists, property experts, and county assessors for board discussion and possible action related to economic trends that may have potential property tax assessment and valuation impacts in California in 2023. Our first speaker is Mr. Scott Thornberry, Assistant Assessor, Los Angeles County, today representing the Honorable Jeffrey Prang, Los Angeles County Assessor.
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can hear you clearly.
Okay, perfect. Let me spin up the slideshow here. Hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of Assessor Prang to talk about economic trends from the assessor's perspective. And so I'm going to go briefly over some updates from our office and talk about a few of our challenges and then get right into the economic trends portion. So I'll try to go through this relatively quickly here. Okay, there we go. So 2022 assessment roll, we closed that roll with nearly $1.9 trillion. That's $122 billion in growth over 2021. We're getting close to that 2 trillion mark. We're not sure we're going to make it this year, but certainly within the next 2 years, we anticipate we'll be at the $2 trillion mark. The assessment roll, the LA County assessment roll, consists of about properties of about 1.9 single-family residential, 250,000 apartments and other residential income properties, 250,000 commercial industrial properties, and about 165,000 business assessments. Leading growth factors in 2022, nearly $70 billion in added value from real estate transfers, $34 billion from the Consumer Price Index adjustment, and about $6 billion from business personal property, which is a fairly large amount historically. In addition to that, taxpayers, property owners were the beneficiaries of around $660 million in savings for various exemptions, including veterans exemptions, organizational exemptions, and our homeowners exemptions. So one of the challenges I want to start with is some of our staffing challenges. And I know Assessor Prang has talked about this in the past with you all, but this particular chart shows the nature of this. Now, normally, historically, we have about 25 to 30 appraisal staff, an attrition, in terms of attrition, people resigning or retiring typically. And you see over the past 5 years, this number has increased significantly, especially in the last 2 years. So that 25 to 30 historical average was at 52 in calendar year 21 and at 45 in calendar year 22. And we're already on track to meet that same number from 2022, again in calendar year 23. So we're seeing a lot of attrition. And as I move into the economic trends, I want you to keep this in mind as those trends will change the way we do our work naturally, and so it will impact our staffing challenges will impact how we do the work and what we're going to be facing. So I apologize, I'm going to show you a few slides here, a few charts, and these are our property price indices charts that we develop internally here. And I'll go through the different sectors and real estate sectors. But just keep in mind, this is 20 years. You see the right in the middle there, or just to the left of the middle, that's the Great Recession. And then the bubble at the very right is our COVID bubble, right? So this particular chart is showing single family detached. And what I'd like to point out there is on the right-hand side of the chart where you see the prices coming down, to give you a sense of what that looks like since May of last year up through last month, February of 23, we're seeing a 23% drop, or, I'm sorry, a 12% drop in median sale price for single-family residential properties. That's both single-family detached and condos. Okay, this is the condo indices. You see, it looks very similar to what I just showed in terms of single-family detached. So we are seeing a bit of a correction. I think if you look at these charts, you'll see that from about the Great Recession, the recovery portion of the Great Recession on, once we got to COVID, there was an increase in the rate of appreciation of home price appreciation. And I think what we're seeing now is a bit of a correction to that, and hopefully that will come down to where that average has been over the last 10 years or so. But we'll see what the market has in whole first, whether we get into an overcorrection area, and maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later. Moving on to the commercial property sectors. Here's the national. This is from Green Street Commercial Property Price Index, and this is over about 20 years, still 22, 24 years of commercial property price appreciation. You see the shape of that, and on the right-hand side again with the COVID, the COVID hit, and then the bubble that came after that. And I want you to focus in LA County, particularly on the orange line here, and it looks very similar in shape to the national. And so our commercial property is tracking, and LA County is tracking very, very close to what it was, what it is nationally. Let me break this down by sectors. The sector that's done the best since COVID is the industrial sector. And you'll see, again, almost like the home price, you get this sort of, you get this jump, this leap in appreciation happening starting with COVID. Not much of a hit during the COVID months, but then just industrial took off. And obviously a lot of this has to do with the shift from brick and mortar to more online sales and so on, requiring a lot of industrial real estate, the industrial space to accommodate distribution and supply chain. So we do see, though, even though industrial has done very well since COVID, we do see a softening in the market. We're starting to see that. And let's look at office here. Now with office, I added a little bit more to this chart, and I'm sorry for the complexity, but something very interesting is happening in our office space. Now there's a lot of discussion about what's going to happen with offices, with office real estate, especially in light of COVID, telework, remote work, and hybrid work schedules and so on. We're still unsettled in terms of what that's going to look like. I read daily articles that, everyone's going to return back to work, or no one's going to return back to work. I saw one this morning that Europe's back to work in person. Why isn't America? So, we're all over the place with what's going to happen in office space. But you see that blue line floating up there. Office sales have actually done okay, but what we're seeing here is it appears that our office indices are showing that the real estate market is doing okay. But I want to point your attention to the gray, and that's the size of office space that are being acquired in these sales data. And over a long period of time, the size of office space acquisitions has been going down. And we see that certainly over the last 10 years, and maybe going even back before the Great Recession. So 15, 20 years, we're seeing that trend happening. I don't see an acceleration yet post-COVID, but given some of the other things that are happening in the market, we might see that accelerate. So those are the office space indices. Retail, here's where you see a bigger hit. You actually see the impact of COVID. Retail was hit maybe the hardest. and it's since recovered back to about its average appreciation. And finally, probably the sector that has, the commercial sector that has done the best is in our residential income, our apartments. If you focus on that black line there, you see that not that huge of a hit in terms of the COVID. And while the market is softening, aligned very closely with the residential market, it hasn't been as bad. So that market seems to be moving on. All right. So let me make a few remarks here about to tie those two things together. Now, the softening in the market, it doesn't hit us as much in the assessment world until next year. Sorry about that. So this year we should still see some strong assessed values, but next year with the softening in the market, we're going to start seeing some problems. The addition of increased assessment appeals, increased decline in value reassessments, and so our resource problems come into view then. And so let me just talk briefly about the program we put in place. Our Career Pathway and Appraiser Training Certificate programs with local colleges is off to a strong start. The program will ultimately help the office contend with challenges associated with recruitment and hiring. And 2022 was our program's first full year of operation. The Appraiser Assistant program at Rio Hondo College reduces the time required to train appraiser assistants by creating a pool of qualified candidates that have been trained on job essential disciplines. The Real Estate Appraiser 3 Certificate of Achievement program hosted by West LA College is comprised of department appraisers in their first year with the goal of shifting much of the assessor's in-house classroom training to college campuses. We currently have 100 trainees enrolled in the program. And finally, the success of both programs has led us to take additional steps to model an ownership technician training program in development currently with Mount San Antonio College and located in Walnut. Right. And I think that wraps me up. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Do we have other speakers queued up or no?
I think we're taking them one at a time in this matter.
Okay, so we'll take
Yeah.
questions on each one as.
I believe that's how.
I have a quick question. You were mentioning, I think in your opening remarks, about the possible decline in value, and I know I've seen some articles, I believe it was in the LA Times, that was showing that Los Angeles is already showing a possible drop of as high as like maybe 7%, I guess amongst the highest there. What is the process for, I'm thinking of some of the homeowners that might be looking, well, both home and business, just property owners, I guess I should say, that might be interested in looking into the process of applying for this decline in value.
Sure. So our statistics are showing about a 12% drop in median sale price since last May. Certainly, if you purchased your property in the last year or so, you might actually be seeing a decline in value from your established assessed value. And so, but there are things that you can do to help bring property tax relief for what we call decline in value, is what you mentioned. So starting in July and running through November, you can contact our office. A very simple process of applying online to indicate that you would like us to review your assessed value. We'll do so at no charge to you. And we'll let you know if we'll actually enroll the new assessed value. If we find that the market value is lower than your assessed value, that would typically be at this point, folks who purchased in the last year. If you purchased, say, 5 years ago, chances are your property, your assessed value is still going to be lower than your market value. But certainly if you have evidence otherwise, we're more than happy to take it. The other course of action for you is you can file on a formal assessment appeals board. And again, you can do that online here in LA County. And that gives you a third party that helps if there's if we come up with a value that you're not happy with, or we say we don't see a decline in value on your particular property, then there's a third party that can help mediate between us and you in terms of resolving what the assessed value should be. Finally, we did this year, and we'll do it again next January. We'll start looking at the assessed values, and if we find there's significant evidence to show declines in value, we typically engage in what we call a proactive decline in value. So our office actually goes out and finds properties that we think are impacted by any sort of market downturn, and we will proactively review those properties. Now this year, because of our resource challenges and because of just the nature of the market and the uncertainties, we decided not to do that, but we will certainly take a look, and we've done it many years in the past. We will certainly take a look at properties in next January and go ahead and do that if we find it's warranted.
Appreciate it. And it sounds like it's somewhat user-friendly, your website, for people to just log on and go through the process.
Yeah, it should be very simple. And if you're not comfortable with the website, you can give us a call and we'll help you through that process as well. We do have forms. We'll take the form by paper. You can go online and find the form and fill it out. It's a very simple process, but I encourage everyone to do so online to get that moving efficiently.
Appreciate it. Seeing there's Member Gaines has a comment or question.
Just to clarify what you said, so if someone felt that their value had declined, they could contact your office in LA County for a property owner, and they can go through that process and you'll take a look at it. If things continue to decline, there could be action by the assessor's office in 2024 on a broader basis. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, we don't have any written comments on this, right?
We don't have any written comments. We were going to go out to the moderator at the end of this item.
Well, thank you for that, and if you could stand by, that'd be great, but I know if you're tight on your schedule, we understand as well, Mr. Thornberry.
I'd be more than happy to stand by.
Appreciate it. Who's our next speaker?
I believe we have Mr. Ward, Jason Ward, on the line. Mr. Ward, are you available?
I am, yes.
Okay, well, let me introduce you then. Our next speaker is Jason M. Ward, PhD, who is an Associate Director of the RAND Center for Housing and Homelessness in Los Angeles, Associate Economist, and Professor, Pardee Rand Graduate School, Rand Corporation. His work uses the tools of applied microeconomics to study housing, labor markets, education, health, and links between the domains. Recent research by Mr. Ward includes a study of population trends and housing needs among the unsheltered individuals in various Los Angeles neighborhoods. A study assessing the potential for the adaptive reuse of commercial real estate to address the housing crisis in Los Angeles, and a study of the effect of restrictive labor agreements on the production of affordable housing in Los Angeles. Welcome, Mr. Ward.
Thanks. Can you all hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. So Chairman Vasquez and board members, I'm grateful for the invitation to speak with you again, in this case about challenges facing the state regarding housing production, given the current unfavorable fiscal environment we're facing. I hope these remarks are helpful, and I'm happy to discuss or clarify any of them either immediately afterwards or offline later. So in reaching out, the Chairman Vasquez prompted me to consider the effects of a recession on housing production, particularly on housing production aimed at people experiencing homelessness. At the most immediate level, a recession that results in job losses among lower earners is likely to directly increase homelessness. Many low-income renters are but a paycheck away from falling behind on rent, and at the end of the years of eviction protections we've had in California and at the state and local level also suggest that pent-up evictions may already be a driver of increased homelessness across the state. A recession in the next several months would likely lead to a cessation of interest rate increases, but it's not clear that a mild to moderate recession would lead to actual reductions in rates. since persistent inflation is still a primary concern driving Fed policy in this area. But the fairly steady rise in rates over the last year or so has had a clearly negative effect on both real estate transactions and housing production for more responsive subsectors like new construction of single-family homes. And at least anecdotally, there appears to be increasing evidence of a drying up of financing pipelines for slower moving multifamily housing projects. And I'll just briefly apologize if I'm recapitulating anything earlier speakers have said. I only tuned in towards the end of Mr. Thornberry's comments. But hopefully I'll be talking about most of the other things. A recession may additionally reduce the state's capacity to direct significant levels of general revenue towards affordable housing production through the kinds of grants and other fiscal programs, which have been the cornerstone of this kind of state effort in recent years. Many of these programs are key funding sources for permanent supportive housing, though the slow production timelines associated with this kind of publicly subsidized housing suggest that a decline in this spending may not be apparent in terms of a pipeline of housing for at least a few years. But from a broad housing production perspective, the current outlook is all pretty bad news, since anything but a large sustained increase in housing production is likely to continue the cycle of housing scarcity and high housing costs associated with widespread housing instability and with increasing homelessness. So in terms of a policy lens, that this environment to me suggests a focus on policy that can function in a countercyclical fashion, supporting housing production when other forces are mitigating against it. I think in general, such policies could have features such as targeted regulatory and fiscal relief, such as tax abatements, rather than, for example, the kinds of large grant programs that we've seen recently that I alluded to earlier. The granting of state-owned land for the production of affordable or particularly permanent supportive housing could provide a meaningful offset to higher financing costs, as land generally represents between perhaps 10 and 20% of the cost of a multi-unit affordable housing project, at least recently in Los Angeles. But the nature of such land in terms of factors like parcel size, location, and any remediation related to prior use would likely be important factors in determining the impact of such a program. But additionally, the applicability of local land use and zoning regulations may also be critical factors mediating the value of such land grants, in terms of the ease or difficulty with which a local jurisdiction allows for things like rezonings or change of use. I think a program along these lines could benefit from a blanket exemption from CEQA or other sorts of streamlining to make it broadly beneficial to production of sources of housing like affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. A little bit more broadly, I think fiscal and regulatory relief may provide meaningful incentives for residential conversions of commercial real estate through adaptive reuse, something I've spoke to the board about before in the past. In these previous appearances, I've touched on how office to residential conversions in particular may be rendered financially infeasible by the relatively high and sticky prices of office property, something I think Mr. Thornberry's data just highlighted seems to be still the case, more or less. This sector really still has not experienced the kind of price adjustments that might appear warranted by the large-scale migration to remote work in major metro areas. However, again, to sort of touch on a topic Mr. Thornberry just discussed, the emerging medium-term outlook for the office real estate sector may dramatically alter this situation. One recent report that I found fairly credible from some authors at New York University, Columbia University, looking at a lot of sort of leading indicators such as lease renewals, REIT values, et cetera, estimated that the direct effect of the rise of remote work on the demand for the office sector could result in a roughly 40% average decline in the valuation of these properties over the next decade, roughly. This kind of price shift would meaningfully alter the feasibility of adaptive reuse of office space. And then more broadly, I think if a decline like that ends up occurring, it could also represent a large fiscal risk to local government. A fully capitalized 40% decline in office valuations in terms of the property tax base in an office-heavy city like Los Angeles could be fairly substantial. And I would note that the projections in the report I was referencing are leaving aside any more general effects of a recession on the commercial real estate sector. And that report also predates, for example, the kinds of large-scale layoffs at different sort of tech giants around the state, including firms like Meta, who are not only laying off people, but they're also spending billions of dollars to prematurely exit large office leases around the country. So it may not be a stretch to characterize, this kind of a major shift away from office demand, if it proves to be the case, as a substantial threat to the decades-long resurgence of urban cores in California and elsewhere. But, even given these developments, I think the liberal and coordinated use of policies that may include tax abatements, regulatory forbearance, and other incentives could productively channel this kind of a development into plentiful, well-situated housing that could really help, address California's affordability crisis and more broadly, the homelessness crisis we all face. The last point the chairman prompted me to consider was about incentives or policies that I might be able to highlight that are not currently being talked about. I found this to be kind of a complicated question, particularly when the focus is at state level policies, but primarily because, the statewide housing crisis in California, from my perspective, has arisen primarily through local policy, which is where most of the authority over, for instance, land use, zoning, et cetera, resides. Ultimately, I think it's going to require primarily local policy changes or aggressive state override of local authority to spur large changes in housing production. We've already seen evidence of the state making these kinds of moves, and this perhaps being the kind of trend in general. But one broader issue I've been thinking a lot about lately and wanted to highlight to you all is that goes beyond, kind of explicit opposition to housing production among local jurisdictions or things like this, is just a sort of a broader idea of how the accretion of rules and regulations at all levels of government around housing production have worked together to sort of throw sand into the gears of the sort of housing production cycle. Just as an illustrative example, I recently spoke with a person here in LA who's worked for decades on entitlements, approvals, and permitting for multifamily housing. And we were talking about issues around specific policy reforms and things like the builder's remedy and how big a deal these things were or not. And, he suggested to me that the main problem today wasn't really the lack of any specific policy lever or levers, that it was really just all the little rules and regulations that have been added over decades that just make housing production a slow and cumbersome process in the state. As an anecdotal example to highlight what he meant, he suggested to me that about 20 years ago, he could go down to city planning with perhaps 25 to 30 pages of documents and get an apartment project approved. But that today, he'd probably have to show up with more than 300 pages of documents. And then as an example of the kinds of things that he, I said, what are you having to bring down there, and he gave me an example that was, for instance, there's a requirement that, in the codes that every primary entrance to a housing unit have a 36-inch overhang for protection from the elements, right? Which seems like a good idea. People should stay dry while they try to open the door to their house or whatever, especially lately in California. But, it raises the question of, was it necessary to turn what essentially seems like a pretty common sense, thing to include in a housing development into a requirement? Once you do that, this has to be checked for in plans. It has to be checked for in inspections. If it needs to be 36 inches, it can't be 35.5 inches and so on, right? Did we need a rule for this, or would most projects just have done this in the absence of a rule because it makes a housing unit more desirable? Another example along these lines that's been highlighted to me in my conversations with sort of stakeholders, especially in the affordable housing production world here, is the City of LA's 2019 settlement with HUD that was to resolve a years-long lack of adequate accessibility accommodations in affordable housing production. Since that settlement, affordable housing developers have suggested to me that the regime of inspections and approvals resulting from this settlement now go well above and beyond the actual letter of the law. in terms of the statutory requirements, adding costs and delays to these critical projects. One developer who had sort of tried to do the math on this kind of additional compliance costs suggested to me that it adds as much as $500,000 in his estimation to a medium-sized affordable housing apartment building. And this is over and above the actual cost of meeting the statutory requirements themselves. You know, all of these different kinds of rules require compliance specialists, more work from architects and engineers, and so on. And I think, you know, especially in a challenging fiscal period, one of the things the state and local governments may be able to do is just reconsider the hundreds of these sorts of well-intentioned or reactive policies that have, you know, essentially turned 30 documents into 300. This can be a cost-effective thing, and it might be as close to a sort of free lunch as we're going to get on reducing housing costs in the current fiscal environment for the state. You know, as an example of state-level factors that could be looked into, things like the costs and benefits of Title 24 energy efficiency requirements come to mind. Most of the discussion over these requirements focus on estimated costs to comply versus estimated energy savings over some long time period, but ignore the potential effects of compliance costs on the viability of financially marginal housing projects. It might be that the state could, for example, consider recasting these requirements as incentivized goals that have some mechanisms such as accruing tax credits for compliance so that they don't actually prevent, you know, critically needed lower cost housing from being produced, but could benefit projects that serve a market segment with a willingness to pay for these kinds of amenities. The state could also consider policies like increasing enforcement activities around the Mitigation Fee Act in the same spirit that we're currently aggressively enforcing the RENA housing element process. You know, specifically in California, development and impact fees for multifamily housing add between roughly $10,000 and $70,000 dollars in cost per unit, according to a recent Turner Center report. On its face, the variation in these kinds of fees, which function really as just a tax per unit tax on housing, appear to be significantly correlated with the presence of other barriers to housing production, which suggests that, you know, among many jurisdictions, but more scrutiny of the kind of nexus reports and so on used to justify these fees might be a way to bring them down and sort of really make them focus more on actual infrastructure needs rather than, you know, functioning as an implicit discouragement for housing. You know, more broadly, to get back to what I was touching on earlier, I think the state could also continue to use effective and transparent, you know, sticks in terms of a carrot and sticks lens, like SB 35 and the builder's remedy, that to reduce the authority of local jurisdictions that aren't interested in producing housing. But you know, I think it's important that in doing so, state legislators and other policymakers resist the urge to sort of load these bills up with provisions that will directly affect whether they're efficacious or not. One critical recent example in my mind in this regard is SB 9, where requirements meant to ensure, and I'll quote here directly from a site on the State Senate page, that SB 9 benefits homeowners and not institutional investors, really have all but guaranteed that SB 9 is going to end up benefiting almost no one, at least from evidence in its first year, which suggested that it's been used fewer than 300 times across major metro areas in the state, and the vast majority of these uses occurred in one jurisdiction, Los Angeles. Which I think is one of the few major metros that is consistently making good faith efforts to accommodate state streamlining policies. And I think the second thing the state can do, as I mentioned earlier, is just take a hard look at how well-intentioned laws and other requirements like CEQA, which are often used in a not well-intended way, you know, provide barriers to housing that we could benefit from reducing. You know, so yeah, just to sum up, I think sort of trimming the fat from the ocean of regulations and requirements that builders face in California will almost certainly prove more cost effective than new spending programs in the current environment we're facing. And, you know, given these financial headwinds, I think this area of policymaking may be the only game in town at some point over the short run. Those are the comments I've prepared. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to discuss anything else that may be beneficial.
No, thank you, Dr. Ward. I had just a quick question, then I'll open it up. Just going over your bio, especially on your current study of adaptive reuse and of commercial real estate as an example, and some of the restrictive labor agreements that are out there, what are your thoughts in terms of making it happen with especially government-owned properties?
I mean, I think that, like, as I alluded to, like, I think there could be a lot of these properties that could be beneficial to provide. I'm not sure so much of government-owned properties would tend to be beneficial for strictly adaptive reuse, as that would depend a lot on the type of building that was on them. If a property had sort of a relatively shallow office building that had a lot of, good window exposure and things, then that could be a good adaptive reuse candidate. But more generally, I would think most state properties are going to have a greater reuse value just in terms of the land than the existing structures, right? So I think that's an important distinction. However, I think that land could often be valuable. A lot of it would depend on, whether it's, say, CalPERS land next to a train depot or, an office building in the middle of a metro area, with the latter probably being much more well-suited to producing housing. But again, I think a couple things that I would flag are just the tendency to sort of, tie any kind of streamlining or state, assistance to other sorts of, requirements that may largely offset the benefit. Like, if you give someone land that's worth 10% of the cost of a project, but then you sort of say, like, add labor restrictions, other things that add 20% to the cost of the project, then the net result would maybe be a 10% increase in the cost of the project, and it's not clear that's going to be of huge benefit, right? So, and then the second thing I would highlight is that, again, like, local jurisdiction will still determine the feasibility of a lot of land use, particularly when it involves things like a significant rezoning or change of use. So that the same kind of obstructionism that impedes housing more generally can also impede the efficacy of using state land, just because that, those sort of jurisdictions overlay over the state's ownership of a piece of land.
Along those lines, I was wondering, with now, I guess somewhat post-COVID, as we're seeing, that a lot of office space, we're finding more and more vacancies with, and because, people are kind of gotten used to this remote workspace from home or from other areas, so there doesn't seem to be such a need or demand for a lot of those office space buildings, and people are looking at possibly repurposing some of those buildings. I just don't know if it really allows itself, because most of those office spaces, I don't think are built in with the plumbing. So I don't know if it's more like what you mentioned, that it may be more of a tear down, and the land is what would probably be being repurposed versus the actual structure.
Yeah, I think in my own research, that's one of the things that emerged is really that it's hard to make very sweeping statements about these kinds of projects, right? Because they all really come down to a specific building. Any building is going to require kind of a bespoke approach to doing things like putting in all the necessary plumbing, et cetera, adding additional air and light access to what, you can have a windowless office, but, there are restrictions on having sort of like windowless bedrooms and things of that nature. So, having said that, I think there are a good amount of smaller office buildings with sort of what, architects would describe as shallow floor plates, areas where, say, like, you could put one hallway down the middle and all the potential apartments could have access to external light and things like that. But it's definitely kind of a case-by-case basis. In Los Angeles, there's a fair amount of office conversions happening now, even absent any significant financial incentives. There's one developer here, Jameson, that owns a lot of properties in LA's Koreatown that has done probably half a dozen significant conversions over the last couple of years. And I think that I take that as a sign that maybe there's, there are a lot of other projects that might be sort of marginal to some useful financial incentives, like the kinds of, for instance, like temporary tax abatements we've discussed in the past. And I think other jurisdictions, like, for instance, Washington, D.C. has just adopted a pretty similar kind of temporary tax abatement program to drive some office conversions to residential. And I think maybe, if this picks up steam, I do think this is an area that could be a bright spot. And I think, the use of essentially foregone revenue rather than spending programs could really be something that's more feasible in the kind of current, more challenging economic environment to get those projects over the margin.
No, I appreciate it. And you kind of touched on CEQA. That seems to be the other issue that folks, while this was originally enacted to kind of help, it's been kind of a hindrance in some areas.
Yeah, I mean, I think, CEQA is, the state has spent the last few years creating bills or policies that carve out a lot of exemptions from CEQA. It does seem like the policy itself has too many constituents, perhaps, to just overhaul it in general. I mean, ideally, I think a bill like CEQA should probably just apply to the kinds of things it was intended to apply to, like large scale works that involve changing the natural environment. When you start focusing on people as a source of pollution or, noise in an urban infill area or things like that, I just think that's not, that's just a policy that's definitely doing more harm than good in terms of housing production. And so I think it's become the norm to give, essentially it's important to point out that the mechanism that makes CEQA have bite is discretionary approval of projects, right? And that's why most of the sort of streamlining, et cetera, what these bills all tend to do is make projects ministerial or by right where CEQA doesn't apply. So, that's the easiest thing to do, perhaps, in light of an overhaul of CEQA, is just to continue to make large classes of urban infill housing by right, and then you can sort of sidestep that whole issue.
Appreciate it. Deputy Controller has a question, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Good to see you again, sir. And thank you for your presentation to this body. I had a question on interest rates and the effects of inflation about that. Interest rates hikes have increased the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate to 6.6%, double what it was only 2 years ago. The widening inequity in the housing market has put home ownership for many families, persons of color, young millennials and couples out of reach who are looking to buy their first home. So what steps should the state of California take in making housing more affordable and equitable for all, and just your overall thoughts on this issue?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I think, as I've sort of alluded to in past appearances before the board, I think in California we face a huge problem, which is, not the same in other major metro areas, which haven't reached such a high level of price for home ownership, right? I mean, the problem we face now is that, with a median home price around $800,000, what you'd like to do is snap your fingers and sort of magically make us go back to a world where the median home price was $400,000 or something, right? But that would, to get there from where we are now would be a tremendously destabilizing process, since housing has essentially become treated as an investment commodity for many homeowners. The main source of wealth is this sort of passive home value appreciation for existing homeowners. So, I mean, to be honest, I take a sort of a triage approach to the situation we're in with respect to housing affordability and the crisis of housing in California. And my general thoughts are that home ownership is just it's not a feasible goal to seek for large amounts of people, and that the more immediate achievable goal should be just affordable access to affordable rental properties. This does have a longer term benefit, that if you can make, rental housing affordable to most Californians, then people can build more wealth, and that could be deployed to later home ownership. But I will admit that my personal take is that, for instance, programs to provide down payments to first-time home buyers in a period where, down payments are the cost of homes from 20 years ago is just not the best use of scarce resources. So I don't have a great silver bullet thing to say about that, other than that we're sort of stuck in a bad place. And my take is that that's not the sort of first order goal to get people into home ownership. It's just to get people into stable and affordable housing month to month.
Understood. Thank you, Dr. Ward.
Thanks for the question.
Oh, Member Gaines, I believe. Oh, did you have a question?
I can always make a statement. Thank you, Mr. Keynes. I'm looking forward to reading a little bit more about your work, Dr. Ward, and I guess, you've kind of highlighted what are the chief balancing factors for us, and when we talk about something like suspending Title 24 requirements or something like that, we find ourselves at a very difficult time when, yes, the housing is crucially needed, and also for an environmental reason, we want it to be closer in and not further out into greenbelt areas. But at the same time, I'm sure that you saw the recent IPCC bulletin that came out in the last couple days that we are dangerously close to losing control of the habitability of our environment, and we don't have a planet B to go to. So I think you've articulated well some of the points that are the most pressing, and I'm looking forward to reading more of your work. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, and I just briefly, I think you highlighted an important point about those trade-offs, right? And one of the most important things is that, we've made it really attractive to build sprawling housing development at lower cost, and whether you do that with like energy efficient windows and stuff, it's unclear whether that's better than building, say, a house with, lower quality windows and doors 5 miles from where someone works instead of 30 miles from where someone works. So yeah, those are the kinds of things I think that are just worth thinking more about. I appreciate the point.
Member Gaines, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to remind myself of the definition of third rail, a subject or issue considered by politicians to be too controversial to discuss. And I think that's, among other things, CEQA, it's been a challenge, and CEQA's been good. Its original intents were good, but I think it's kind of gone beyond its original intents and created a lot of challenges. And so I just don't know if it will ever be reformed in California, but certainly we have challenges. I was concerned about your comments saying that there's just, and I don't want to misconstrue your comments, but I got the impression that certain folks just aren't going to be able to afford a home in California, and that really really concerns me. And maybe you did indicate that maybe it's a first step, right? That folks would start out in an apartment and have an opportunity to save money and invest in a home in the future. But I've always been an advocate for a smaller footprint housing for folks so that it would help drive costs down. But the wall that you keep hitting, at least from what I'm hearing, is that just the per unit approval process is so expensive that drives up the cost. Even if it's an 800 square foot home or something really small, you're still looking at a pretty big hit on the fees associated with constructing that home. Can you just expand and comment on that?
Yeah, thanks for all those great taking off points, Senator. I think, you're right that, yeah, CEQA seems like a third rail, and that's above my pay. I'm in the business of like sort of saying what I think would be helpful, and whether people think it's feasible or not is sort of a different matter. But I think in terms of your comments about homeownership and things of that nature, one thing that you sort of reminded me about is that, yes, one way for people to also get back into homeownership may just be to rely a lot more heavily on, for instance, like condo ownership and sort of multi-unit developments, because that housing can be built at lower cost. And I think most of the state effort in terms of increasing housing density and stuff is sort of mitigating towards those types of projects. I think that in terms of, sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit, but Yeah, I think that, that may be the way we can sort of thread the needle, is to sort of think about producing housing affordably enough in smaller units to be bought. Oh, but yeah, and then to return to your point about all the sort of costs, right? I mean, I think back in the summer, Carol Galante from the Turner Center was here, and she discussed sort of the cost comparisons between sort of like a starter home of yore and what a starter home costs today, right? And like, I think in essence, the cost of a starter home has increased by about 4 times beyond what inflation alone would dictate, right? And some of that is land, scarce land and so on, but really a lot of it is just, I think, direct things like impact and development fees that basically represent costs that used to be socialized through like a broader jurisdiction, at the jurisdiction level, and then also through sort of federal grants and things. And I think Proposition 13 put a big strain on that process and sort of mitigated towards these kind of like direct, per unit taxes on the alleged housing impact. Though when you get into sort of dense urban infill housing, it's unclear why there would be that much of an impact to warrant some of the fees that we see. So I think that, yeah, sort of trying to beat down those fees and make sure that they really are representing justifiable and important, infrastructure expenditures is one thing, rather than sort of like, it would be nice if we had a parklet when you build this new apartment building or things like that, right? I don't know if we have that luxury anymore. And then I think that just the kind of accretion of rules and things that I discussed earlier, I think that's just something that every rule seems to bring along with it a constituency, if only because it already exists. And I think that it's, the state could focus a lot more effort on just going back and looking at what we have and how we got here and seeing if we really need all these things. I think it's ironic that like SB 35 may sunset, and there seems to be there's some opposition to it. I think that's probably one of the most positive things the state's done to get affordable housing over the hurdle in a lot of jurisdictions. There are, thousands of other laws that don't have any sunset, at all, that maybe we should take a look at. And so, I just think that's, especially when you don't have a lot of money to throw around at a problem, like looking at easier ways to reduce costs through just reducing complexity is a useful exercise.
One final comment, if I could, just on the home ownership issue too. If, Social Security is not enough for people to live on, really. And so I always have believed that home ownership provides that asset that can be used in retirement or passed on too to families. And even if it were, it's a condo or any piece of property, I think we ought to be focused on home ownership. As that ought to be part of the discussion on housing in California, and I think it is a process over time too, where number one, we got to get housing, right, and apartments, whatever it takes to get people housed in an affordable way, and then the ability maybe to move on to that ownership. And it gives people the ability to, I keep saying it, it's the American dream. You should have the ability to buy a home, however modest, and then benefit from that appreciation as you age. So, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Mr. Ward.
Thanks, Senator. I second those comments, and I think that idea of like kind of get people housed in a reasonable way and then work on helping people build wealth to take part in home ownership. I think that's sort of an appropriate path given the crisis that we face. But thanks for all those great points and questions.
Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Ward, for your time and your contributions. Really appreciated the discussion. I think we're pretty good on any more questions.
Thanks.
Appreciate you taking the time to join us.
All righty. I want to confirm that Mr. Oscar Way is on the line.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Well, let me introduce you then. The next speaker for this item is Mr. Oscar Way, Deputy Chief Economist, California Association of Realtors, with over 20 years of experience in economic analysis and market research in the real estate industry and the housing market. Mr. Way performs qualitative and quantitative analysis on market conditions, industry trends, policy implications, and consumer behavior. As Deputy Chief Economist for the California Association of Realtors, Mr. Way conducts research on the evolution of real estate business models, brokerage consolidation, and market competition brought on by COVID-19. Analyzes the changes in housing needs and consumer behavior as a result of the pandemic, and produces forecast memos and industry landscape reports. Welcome, Mr. Way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I do have a presentation that I want to share. If everyone is ready, then I can go ahead and put that on.
We're ready.
Okay, let me share that presentation. Give me 1 second. Bear with me for a second.
It's trying to.
Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. So here we go. I do want to share some information about the economics and the housing market trend to the board. Just let's get started with, of course, one of the things that people talk about, all the time is about inflation. Inflation currently, of course, is in a lot of people's minds. In fact, this morning or earlier today, we have Fed Chairman Jerome Powell talked about, raising interest rates, and they did raise interest rates by 25 basis points, and it's because of inflation. Now, inflation, as you can see from this chart here, it has been at a high level at some point at 9%, and it has gone down to about 6% recently. And it looks like, from that downward trend, it looks like it will continue to decline. But, if you look at how it compares to previous years and the pre-pandemic level, typically at about 2.5% or so, it's definitely quite a bit higher. Maybe about 3 times higher than what it was before, and that's the reason why they have been raising rates. By early on, they raised rates by 75 basis points for 4 consecutive times. Until recently, they started raising rates a little bit less, with 25 basis point in the most recent meeting earlier today, which raised the Fed funds rate to a range of 4.75 to 5%. Now, the Fed funds rate, association with 30-year fixed rate, as very loosely can be, thought of as, okay, if you add on a couple hundred basis point or 150 basis point, you get to that 30-year fixed rate, which means we're currently at around 6.50 to 7%, 30-year fixed rate right now, which definitely is a little bit higher compared to 2 years ago. So the question, of course, is whether the Federal Reserve will continue to raise rates. If you take a look at this target range, there are people out there who have been trying to predict what the rates will possibly be in the next upcoming meeting and what's going to happen with the following meetings throughout the year. And if you take a look at the prediction within a different time frame, the latest time frame is the one that says March 22nd, 2023. A lot of people believe that if you look at those bar charts, you can see that a lot of people believe that next meeting, it's probably going to be another 25 basis point or so. Roughly about half of the people think it may be about 25 basis point. Half of the people believe that it might be 0% increase. But if you look at how it compares to, say, a month ago, the February 2022 2023 number, it's definitely is a little bit lower than what that expectation is. And that's because of the fact that what we have recently gone through in terms of the bank failures and in terms of concerns about, more systemic risk on the bank, maybe, losing some of those, their value and possibly leading into more bank runs. So the Federal Reserve will probably hold off and maybe not raising rate as aggressively. And at the same time, if you look at, some studies from some projections from UCLA, from Wells Fargo, you can see, in general, economists believe that the Fed funds rate, the inflation rate will probably go down. If you look at the chart, that's the CPI, it shows that, things are actually slowing down in the first, second, third, and fourth quarter. By the end of this year, if you look at the 2023 numbers, by the end of the year, we probably will reach about 2.3, which is somewhat normal compared to, the pre-pandemic level. And then in 2024, it'll be somewhere around, 3% or so throughout, the year. And that also prompted, the Federal Reserve, if we look at the dot plot chart on the right-hand side, it shows that their expectation is somewhat in line with many economists. They believe this year, in 2023, they will have, the Fed funds rate at the highest level compared to previous year. And then from that point on, they probably will lower rates, and interest rates will probably follow along with it and go on and go down from that point on. Now, having said that, of course, at the same time, when rates are actually at a high level, that means we probably will have to experience some sort of pullback in demand, because higher costs of borrowing usually curtail demand a little bit, and that causes retail sales to drop slightly. If you look at the last column, this is February 2023, it shows you the retail sales number, how it reacts to the previous, how it increase or decrease compared to the previous month or the previous year. And you can see the very first line there says retail sales month over month. That means, how it compares to the previous month. And it actually dropped by 0.4% or so. So higher rates, higher cost of borrowing, and also, of course, because of market uncertainty, result in maybe a little bit of a pullback in demand. Definitely a pullback from the beginning of the year. In January, we actually had a pretty strong, solid increase in retail sales or economic activity. So if you put things into perspective, it does seem like that. It does seems like that, things are actually slowing down. We are going to probably go through a slowdown in economic activity. Labor market right now may not necessarily show a very soft slowdown. It's still showing a pretty strong, solid labor market right now. But it does seem like things are actually slowing down from that wage standpoint. If you look at that line chart on the right-hand side, it does seems like things are at wage growth are actually slowing down slightly, but it's still about the 2.3 or 3% level, and we will continue to slow down even more. Now the question, of course, is whether that slowdown is going to lead to a recession. There have been talks about recessions. The Federal Reserve, usually based on historical records, 9 out of 12 times with Fed rate increase will lead to slowdown in the economy, and it may slow down enough to actually possibly lead to a recession. You can see it from that chart on the right-hand side with those red dots signifying a recession and those green dots signifying a slowdown, but not necessarily a recession. So most of the time we do experience recessions, but the question is, of course, whether this time we are going to see something similar. Many business leaders, they do believe that that is going to be the case. In fact, about 90%, 95% believe that we are going to go into a recession. But here's our projections. We believe that even if we were to get into recessions, which I think there is a good chance, most likely it's going to be in the third quarter or so of this year. It's going to be a mild one. It's going to be a 0.5% decline compared to a year ago. And if you look at how it compares to 2020, because of the lockdown, we actually have a more significant recessions of close to 6%. So there's a possibility that we probably will go into recessions. And as such, with interest rates, rising, we have been seeing interest rates rising, pretty fast, with at one point actually getting to 7%. And because of this higher cost of borrowing, that's one of the reasons why we're seeing possibility of recessions. But at the same time, you also notice, in the last few weeks, because of those concerns about, bank runs, because of concerns about what's going to happen with the banking system, we are actually seeing some slowdown in mortgage rates. In fact, today, 30-year fixed rate, after the announcement of the Fed funds rate hike of only 25 basis point, it actually softened up a little bit. We actually saw that the 30-year fixed rate actually came down slightly. Now, whether that is going to continue to be the case, that's really hard to say. I think there's a possibility that we may actually see it bounce back up in the next few weeks or so. But at that rate, even if it's not at the very, very peak, compared to last year, if you look at the mortgage payment, even though home prices actually have softened up a little bit, mortgage payment, because of increase in rates, actually have pushed, the mortgage payment has actually increased by about 35% or so. That really caused affordability to go down. In dollar term, with a 35% increase in mortgage payment rate, we could be talking about $1,000 a month on mortgage for a homeowner who used to pay $1,000 less. So if you multiply it by 12, that means someone will have to earn maybe about $12,000 more at least in order to afford the exact same home. That's probably the reason why we have been seeing some decline in sales. 33% decline in sales, and so far for the first couple months, it's actually dropped close to 40% compared to last year. Now, of course, keep in mind, last year at this time of the year, a lot of people actually try to rush into the market to lock in a low rates, and so it actually pushed sales up slightly. So, the significant decline is somewhat expected, especially since what we have observed in the last few months, that sales have been declining. But in the meantime, prices also have been softening, but not as much as what we have seen, let's say, compared to the great recessions in the 2007, 2008, or 2009. We're seeing a moderate decline in price by about 5%, partly because of tight supply. Supply is remaining tight, even though on the surface it seems like we do have more supply than before. But the reality is, if you look at the new listings or new property being listed on the market, you can see the latest number compared to a year ago and 2, 3, 4 years ago. Compared to a year ago, actually, it dropped by about 25%. So supply remained at a very tight level compared to last year and compared to a year ago or 2 years ago. That's partly because of what you're going to see here. A lot of those properties that were bought last year, the year before, 2 years ago, they were locked in at a very low rate. In fact, a lot of people refinance. A lot of people actually lock in their rate at below 5%. If you look at this chart, this is basically the Freddie Mac's portfolio, and within their portfolio, 98% of their mortgages were below 5%. That's the reason why we have some tight supply, because people are not putting up their house up on the market. Because if they actually were to put their house up on the market and refinance or to purchase, to trade up or trade down, it will actually cost them more in order to buy an exact same home. So they decided not to put their house up on the market, maybe just remodel or maybe do something else, but staying at that same home because they can't afford. And here's someone may argue or say that, okay, well, what happened last recessions in 2008, 2009? We had a lot of supply because a lot of people foreclosed their properties. They went through REOs and short sales. But we're not going to see that same phenomenon this time, because if you take a look at the number of people who actually have been underwater, this is a percent of how many mortgages are underwater. 0.9% for California only. Just as a comparison, last housing market collapse, we had in California at 1.30% of the mortgages or homes actually underwater. So a significant difference compared to what we had last time. And even if we have a decline of, say, 3% decline in price or so, or 5% decline in price or so, that number, 0.9%, will maybe grow to about 1.8 or 2% or so. So that's not going to be a significant increase in terms of supply. So we probably won't have as many supply, and as such, the buyer's demand, we can say, part of it is because of cost of borrowing being a little bit high, but at the same time, it's also because of not having enough supply in the system. And that's why we have not been seeing many homes being sold. In fact, if you look at, how the current year in bar chart compared to those line charts, we are actually behind, the sales level of the last few years. Sorry. So here's our predictions of what's going to happen, in 2023. We do believe that because of the pullback in demand, because of tight supply, we are going to see a negative 16.2% decline in sales after the 23.1% decline in 2022 in terms of sales. So we definitely will see very low sales, this year. And as far as price is concerned, we expect a dip, but the dip or the decline in price is going to be a single-digit 8.1%. And that's partly because of the support that tight supply has on the price level. So we're going to see an 8.1% decline, and that's assuming, of course, that the 30-year fixed rate or mortgage rate is at around an average of 6.6%. Now, going forward in 2024, we do expect that sales should actually come down in 2024, assuming that the mortgage rates will actually be a little bit lower compared to this year. We expect mortgage rates to get to maybe the mid 5 level, maybe 5.5-ish or so for the year of 2024. That's the case, we probably will see a slight increase in sales in 2024 and probably a slight increase in 2025 as well. But we actually don't expect sales level to actually get back to 2021 level in the next 3 years or so. In the meantime, median price probably will bounce back in 2024 and probably will continue to inch up from that point on. With that said, I am going to turn it back to the chairman. Let me stop sharing for now.
Thank you. That spark any questions? Yeah, we have Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I have some comments and then a few questions, if that's okay. There's been incredible economic growth here in California these past 4 years. The state has added more than 3 million jobs since April 2020, the largest hiring spree in the nation. Nationwide, unemployment is at its lowest rate in 54 years. Unfortunately, many families are still struggling to afford basic necessities because of inflation. High prices continue to chip away at workers' wages and retiree incomes. There's pain at the grocery store and sticker shock at the pump. Interest rate hikes have made borrowing especially difficult, including mortgages, which has made the dream of home ownership unattainable for many. The resilience of many Californians, however, has remained steadfast and constant, weathering the COVID-19 pandemic and the eagerness to build back on a strong economic recovery. I had some questions, and I'll open it up to any of the panelists here. Just in regards to inflation, there's a consensus that strong wage growth is good for workers, but only if it's not impaired by high inflation. What would be the cost of failing to restore price stability here in California and throughout the United States?
Yeah, it's tough, and that's what the Federal Reserve, they've been trying to do. And as you mentioned, the inflation rate right now, and I briefly show the number of wage growth. I think I show in the graph that says wage growth is 4.6% right now, and inflation, as I mentioned earlier, is 6%. So there's definitely a gap, even with an increase in wage growth of 4.6%, which is higher than the historical value, the historical norm. It is still below the inflation number. And that's why, in terms of, for many people, for many households, they're suffering. Of course, they will have to actually go into, their savings. In the past 2 years, we did have some stimulus. So people were able to draw money from their saving account, but, that might not actually be able to happen in the next, year and a half or so, because it's just because overall prices have been rising. So it's very important. I think it's very important to keep to keep inflation down. And unfortunately, as of now, the way to do it is through monetary policy. And the way that we can actually use monetary policy to keep inflation down is to raise rates a little bit. And they have been doing so. Maybe the Federal Reserve have been doing so, and they try to do so in a very delicate way. I do believe that interest rates will come down, but it's going to take time. And that's why there's a possibility that we may actually get into a recession. But the sooner we get back, to a stability in price, I think the better it will be for the economy and of course for the housing market as well.
Thank you for that. My next question, I wanted to focus on the debt ceiling. According to an analysis by the Bipartisan Policy Center, the United States will likely start to default on its obligation over the summer or early fall if Congress doesn't address the debt ceiling by then. My question is, what would be the consequences of not raising the debt ceiling and defaulting on the nation's debt for both the economy and the impact it would have on individuals and families?
I do believe we had, in previous years, we actually experienced, similar issues, and normally it doesn't last very long. If the debt ceiling doesn't get raised, obviously it will create issues. It will create some shutdowns as well. It possibly could lead to, interest rates, concerns about interest rates getting a little bit higher. So there are definitely consequences. There are definitely things that now, in the short term, a week or two, we may not necessarily see, but it could possibly lead to, some people may not get paid, in the government. Some people may not necessarily be able to have an income available to spend for 2 weeks or so. In the past, though, based on experience, those usually get resolved. So I'm hopeful that, that actually will happen. But if it doesn't, yes, there will be some consequences in terms of I can sort of, quickly assess, what the impact that could be possibly on, let's say, GDP. It could possibly be, a little drop of 0.1 or 0.01% in terms of GDP, which by just the number itself, it may not necessarily mean much. But when we actually turn it into, how much people can actually spend, how much people actually have to borrow from, other people in order to survive for that couple of weeks, that could actually lead to more people in debt. But at the same time, as I also mentioned, it could actually lead to a higher interest rates. That could have a slightly longer term impact, for people who are trying to get a home, people who are trying to borrow money. So there definitely are some, long-term impact, slight long-term impact if we actually have the debt, do not raise the debt ceilings after it passed, its time. But I'm hopeful that probably should be resolved within a very, very short period of time, if not before, the deadline.
Thank you for that response. With these, my next question is the interest rate hike increases. There are federal projections showing that unemployment will increase by 4.6% by the end of 2023. And unfortunately, the economic burden will not be spread out equally. The last time unemployment was 4.6%, white unemployment was jumped to 0.9%, while African American and Hispanic unemployment skyrocketed well over 2%. Can you address the disparity impact here and how this contributes to the racial wealth gap?
There's definitely a disparity here. In the past, when we have, and usually, the disparity doesn't happen overnight, obviously. So it really depends on, the interest rate impact. It also depends on, how much of an economic recession we are going to go and get into. As I mentioned earlier, if we could actually avoid, now, on our projections, we show a mild recession, but there's a possibility we can actually avoid a recession. We could actually achieve soft landing. Now, I'm not betting on that right now, but I do believe that, we probably will have a soft landing. We probably will have a mild recession. So it really depends on how deep a recession we are going to go into. If we actually did not go into a deep recession, we go into a very mild recession and short, then yes, there could be some disparity in income disparity, but it could be short-lived. Even though it's short-lived, though, here's the concern that I have. Right now, what we have been seeing is in the news, we have been seeing the tech sectors getting laid off and things like that. But the next phase probably will be after the tech companies laying people off. We probably will see bigger companies, bigger service sectors, the service sectors getting affected. That's when we actually see some of the households which may not have highest household income to be experiencing those layoffs and things like that. Now, 4.6%. I think you mentioned the unemployment rate getting to 4.6%. Now, 4.6%, is that a huge number? Right now, we are at a number that is below the norm. But anytime we see an increase in unemployment, even though it is just a number for economists or to reporters, but they are definitely affecting people who are in the labor market. So I do believe that if it's 4.6%, the disparity probably will not be significant, even though there is going to be some disparity. But again, it depends on how long the duration is going to be. If it is going to be, let's say, a month or 2 months or a quarter, I think we can hopefully get back to positive growth in the first quarter and second quarter of next year. Then that might not be too much long-term damage. But if the economic recessions prolong for a little bit longer, let's say 2 to 3 quarters, then it's definitely something that we need to look at again and again and try to figure out how to actually get it back to a positive growth in a faster manner.
Thank you for that. And Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Gaines.
Thank you. I really want to thank you, Mr. Way, for your presentation. It's very
welcome,
very helpful. And could we get a copy of that presentation? You had a lot of statistics. And
I have not sent it yet, but I will be sending it to the correspondent.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, if we could get, I don't know if my colleagues are interested, but I'd like to look at that again. It's very, very helpful and very up to date, even with the latest interest increase as of today. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other hand, do we have any other? I know we had other panelists.
These are the 3 panelists. They are still on. So Assistant Assessor Scott Thornbury is still on, I believe, and Mr. Ward is still on the line if you wanted to have a further discussion.
Do we have any other questions or comments for him? I think we've asked them, but I'm just curious if anything else came up.
No, we
Seeing
have no other
hand.
speakers for this item.
And we don't have any written comments on this, do we?
No written comments on this item. Would you?
Do we need to go out to AT&T on this?
We do. The one thing I should ask is that there is a notation here that maybe somebody from the California Assessors Association is presenting. Do we have anyone? Let's go to the moderator and see if maybe they're there. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment?
Sure, we have one in queue, and if you need to comment and have not yet done so, press 10 on your phone's keypad. We will go now to Suzanne Carlos. Please go ahead. Oh, Suzanne has dropped from queue. Suzanne, if you would like to comment, press 10 again. We'll get you back to the queue. There she is. She's back. Suzanne, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Long meeting. I chimed in earlier today at about 11:30, and I had to leave, and I'm back. I had submitted a public comment in regards to SCA 4, and unfortunately, I'm not sure why it wasn't read.
Ms.
Yes.
The subject matter that you're speaking on is not what we're talking about right now. We're seeking a public comment on our board members' new matters on economic trends.
Okay.
We will go out for public comment later on this afternoon, and you could submit, but did you submit your comment into the public comment line that we have?
I thought I did, but apparently it wasn't read earlier, so I'll have to try and see if I can get to that again.
And your name again is?
Suzanne Carlos,
Okay.
Carlos.
Okay. All righty. We will be going out for public comment in a short while here. If you would like to maintain on the line when that item comes up, items not on the agenda, you can speak then.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you for holding on. All righty. AT&T moderator, just want to make sure that there's no one else in the queue.
We have no additional callers in queue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All
Well, I'd like
righty.
to thank all the panelists. Thank you for spending some time with us, especially the PowerPoint presentations. I think were real helpful. Excuse me. It sounds like they'll be available to the members here shortly. So with that, I want to thank you again, and then we can move on. Ms. Cicchetti, if we have our
Yes,
next item.
I just want to confirm this is the conclusion of item L1A.
Okay.
And so we were taking L1B earlier, but the two speakers that we were waiting on have not queued up. Honorable Nancy Skinner and Jordan Z. Marks, County of San Diego Assessor. So just wanted to make note on the record that we haven't heard from neither of them.
Either, okay.
So that we're going to move on then. I just want to make sure that's okay with you.
Yes.
Okay.
Seeing no objections.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going to go continue in the board member matters. Item L2, board member initiatives. L2A, agenda structure update. Discuss recommended options for board meeting agenda template and procedures for board modification and approval, presented by Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, as an elected state body, we are required to allow members of the public to attend and participate as fully as possible in our discussions and decision-making processes on every item, and our agenda notice requirements are based on the state policy that the people must be informed so they can keep control over their government. Ms. Stowers and I and my staff worked over the past month on how to modernize the current public agenda notice, looking at examples of other elected bodies. We are jointly proposing today the changes set forth in my memo linked to this item that would add further clarity to the public we serve. I'm going to ask Ms. Stowers to present the new agenda template, but we are open to your input and any additional suggestions you may have after her presentation. And Ms. Stowers is coming up.
Good afternoon, members. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. The proposed new agenda template, it is attached to the agenda. It is Exhibit A. And we're just changing the order of some things, first of all. We will start our meeting as we normally do with the call to order. And after that, in the pledge, we will take up public comments on matters not on the agenda, bringing that up to the front of the agenda so that those who have an interest can speak as soon as possible, believing that's the best way, most transparent and taxpayer-friendly method. Then we will move on, and we will have this as a standing item. It would be our consent agenda, and like we currently have, and it would be generally adoption of the board meeting minutes. That's how, if we were looking at our March meeting, that would have been on there. And then we will follow that with our tax program matters. That would be our audits, our escape assessments, our value setting, everything that we do statutory or by the Constitution, that will follow there. Chief counsel matters, when it's, that heading will appear on the agenda, and when it's scheduled, it will be detailed. For example, if chief counsel was going to present on rulemaking, it would say rulemaking. And then we go to the executive director's report, and it would be our standing report, starting with my report, and then report on operational priorities, the taxpayer rights advocates report, the property tax department report, which will have more detailed reports behind Mr. Young. Then we do our ledge report, and then we'll always follow with our board members' matters and initiatives. And this is where, like today, you will have your special presentations, anything that you guys would like to take up. And then we will have a standing heading of public policy hearings, where it is sometimes, as you discuss something as a board member matter, you may decide that you would like to have a public policy hearing on that item, or we may be receiving a lot of questions and calls on a particular topic and decide that we would like to have a public policy hearing so that we can discuss the matter in a transparent way. And then finally, we will close. If there's closed session, we will go into closed session and we explain why. And then finally, an adjournment. So this is our proposal to streamline our agenda, make it more easier for the public to know the business of the Board of Equalization and know when they will have an opportunity to speak and to speak upfront of the agenda. I thank Chair Vasquez and his team for working with me and my team on preparing the proposal. Any questions?
Seeing no comments.
Just a comment.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I like what I'm hearing.
Okay.
It sounds a lot more logical and simple for us, but also, more importantly, our constituents.
We
Making
were
it
hoping,
friendly.
yeah, it would be a little bit more user-friendly.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Oh, yes, Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Executive Director. I appreciate your initiative here and the Chairman for bringing this forward. I also do really appreciate you studying and looking out what other state agencies are doing in order for us to better streamline our processes, make it more user-friendly, and enhance participation from the public, as long as being easy to follow. So kudos to you and the entire agency. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to give credit to the ladies to the left. Okay.
I'd like to entertain a motion that we move this item and approve the new agenda. It's been moved by our Vice Chair and second by Member Gaines. Do we have any, we don't have any written comment on this, do we, Ms. Cicchetti?
No, we do not have any written comment and no one in the audience to make a presentation. But let's go out to the AT&T moderator.
Let's see.
AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Once again, to make a public comment on this item, press 10 on your phone's keypad at this time. And we have no callers responding in queue.
Thank you. So we have a motion to adoption of the new agenda template as presented. The motion was presented by Vice Chair Lieber and second by Mr. Gaines. Let's take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of those present. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on, Ms. Cicchetti, to our next item.
Before we go forward, would you mind if we took a break for staff
Oh,
for 15
sure.
minutes?
Sure, sure.
We'd appreciate that. So 3:30?
What is it now? 3:30, how long?
15?
15 minutes?
3:45?
3:45, we'll reconvene. Let's take a short break.
We will recess now at 3:30. All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
order to accommodate the speaker who wanted to make a comment, so we had
Yes.
skipped over this item, so we're going to go back to it. Item K4, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report. K4A, Operational Updates. This item is going to be presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. With me here, I have my team, Ms. Glenna Schultz. She will present the two reports for you guys. One on letters to assessors, and the second report for her will be the training and certification updates. And also with me is Ms. DiNapoli. You heard from her earlier today. She will be presenting the update for the State Assessed Properties Division. But before I turn it over to him, I do have a small report for you. In January, there was a request for some information that was made by the board. Specifically, it was about the the exemptions program, and you wanted some numbers. So I do have some of those numbers for you, and hopefully I can answer a question you also posed earlier today. So the request was for some general information on how big is the exemption program, what kind of value is exempted from the roll, and specifically how much of that is for low-income housing. So for this year, 2022-23, 2022-23, approximately $282 billion was exempted from the local property taxation rolls. So that's all 58 counties, about $282 billion exempted from that roll. Out of that number, there was a question earlier as to what was the total amount and number of exemptions for the disabled veterans exemption. I have those numbers for you. There are, for this year, there's just a little bit over 68,000 disabled veterans exemption, and that is split between the regular disabled veterans exemption and the one for the low income. The total amount exempted is $9.9 billion, so almost $10 billion, of which only about $1 billion of that is for the low income veterans, and the other approximately $8.9 billion is for the regular disabled vets. So just a little bit under 70,000 of those exemptions for this year, and almost $10 billion off the roll. I have a couple of other categories I wanted to mention too. For the college exemption, we have about $36 billion exempted off the roll. For the low value property exemption, that is just a little over $100 million. So it's $102 million. And you don't worry about writing down the numbers. I will actually send it to you guys in writing, probably by the first day of next week. For the church exemption, we have just a little bit over $2.7 billion exempted off the roll, and those are for churches. There is another exemption there for religious exemption. The religious exemption is $18.9 billion, just a hair under $19 billion for religious. And we have the biggest share of all the properties, all the value exempted off the roll is for the welfare exemption. So out of that, I mentioned it was $282 billion in total. $187 billion of that is for the welfare exemption. So the welfare exemption, all the value we exempt off of from Revenue Taxation Code 214, that is the biggest share of it. And I have those broken down into three categories. There is a welfare exemption specifically for colleges that are below collegiate grade. So it's anything other than colleges. That is $4.2 billion. The next category that I have is the welfare exemption for hospitals. Hospitals is $38.4 billion. So $38.4 billion is exempted off roll for hospitals. And then the other category that I have is for all the other uses that will fit under the welfare exemption. They're all categorized under one big category, and that's the remainder of that number, and that number is $144.5 billion. So in that $144.5 billion is everything else that's covered under the welfare exemption, included in low-income housing. So that's a component of it. But because the way the numbers reported to the board and the way it's actually collected at the assessor's office, I am unable to break that number down to exactly how much of that is just the low-income housing, but it is a large portion of it. So I'm able to refine the number down to it's somewhere less than $144.5 billion, but not to get it any more granular than that, but it is a large portion of that. And then the last category that I have is all other exemptions. There's a whole bunch of other exemptions that are not covered in those ones that I listed. That's the remainder. It's $27.4 billion. So overall, with an assessment roll of being really close, but not quite $8 trillion, about $282 billion of that is exempted off the roll, so it's taken off the roll. So that is my follow-up on January's request for information, and that's the numbers for the disabled veterans that you asked about earlier today. I was able to piece all that together. I'm available for any questions you may have. If not, I will turn over to Ms. Schultz for the next two presentations.
Seeing no hands, I think we'll move on.
Okay, and I will get you those numbers
I
next week.
appreciate it.
Ms. Schultz.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I am Glenna Schultz, Principal Appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 12 LTAs for calendar year 2023. Since our last board meeting, 4 of those LTAs have been issued and are summarized as follows. An LTA to announce the readoption of the emergency amendments to property tax rules 462.520 and 462.540. An LTA to issue the report on 2022 state assessed property appeals. An LTA to request the 2023 county assessment appeals filing period deadline, and an LTA to announce the adjustment of the $1 million amount for the intergenerational transfer exclusion. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
One quick one. As you mentioned, I guess the intergenerational transfer adjustment of, I guess, 1 million to 1 point, I guess it's 22,600 or 600,000,
Yes.
which will be in effect until 2025. Given the forecasts of home values moving forward, what happens if the home values decrease before 2025?
Well, the next adjustment will be in 2025. That'll use the HPI adjustment for 2024.
24.
So if 2024 happens to be a negative number, then the amount would go down. It would be
Oh,
less.
it'll be adjusted back to the 1 million, basically?
We've had discussion with our legal department. We're not clear on how that adjustment would work, but we believe there would be a compounded number, so it would be a decrease from the $1,022,600.
Okay. Thank you.
I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For fiscal year 2022-23, we have scheduled 33 classes, both in-person and virtual. In addition to these classes, we have scheduled 3 workshops, one on mineral property, one on geothermal property, and one on taxable possessory interests. To date, we have completed 26 of the 33 classes and 2 of the 3 workshops. Since the last board meeting, we have taught 3 more classes and the workshop on geothermal property. We also continue to offer our existing online training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses available on the BOE's website, plus our self-study training sessions also available on the BOE's website. With this combination of different types of teaching formats being offered and utilizing more staff from other resources, we anticipate being able to offer far more number of classes offered and the number of students taught in recent years. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, yes, one question here from the Deputy Controller.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for your report. I believe that training and certification is one of the most important functions the board has to offer. And we've all experienced this in the past few months where there's been emergencies, disasters, the storms that ravaged this state, the COVID-19 pandemic. So for those students that you mentioned in these 33 classes, some I believe maybe not be able to finish the course. Is the BOE offering some type of recourse for them to come back and finish their certification and be able to complete the course?
Yes, if they're unable to finish, then they can retake the class.
Retake the class. And is that an opportunity that's available like in this session? You mentioned the rolls close over the summertime, so they're trying to get these.
They would be able to take it the next time the course is offered.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Hearing nothing else, I will turn it over next to Ms. DiNapoli for the State Assessed Properties Report.
Good afternoon again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members. My name is Pamela DiNapoli. I'm the manager of the Field Appraisal and Board Roll section of the State Assessed Properties Division. Our staff has, as you know, the date to file the annual property statement is March 1st, and staff are busy working on the 2023 unitary appraisals. Our staff has received and has processed a considerable amount of filing extension requests. Approximately 48% of our assessees requested extra time to file, and we granted the requests that were submitted by the deadline. In most instances, we provide the assessees with an additional 2 weeks to file. For the next few months, our staff will be busy completing the unitary appraisals, including and completing the land valuations for this year in order to complete the state assessed board roll timely for your adoption. That concludes my report on the status of our division's ongoing work for this month, and I'm here for any questions if you have any.
I think we're good.
Okay. That should wrap up our report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We didn't have any written comments on this one, did we?
No, it's
Yeah.
part of the deputy, the
It was just the
executive
report.
director's report,
Yeah.
so we've already kind of handled that.
Before we leave L, I wanted to say something.
Okay, well, we're not finishing up K, we'll come back, okay.
I was just gonna say, we finished up the K items, now we're gonna return back to where we're going. If you'd like to reopen L again, yes, we can do that if that's what you'd like.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, Chair Vasquez, I've been trying for a couple months to get something in writing about relocating our monthly meeting to Southern California, where all of my people and the media and the taxpayers are, so that they could drive to a meeting and maybe we'd get a little more attention. I do see in the booklet that was given us on how to become a member of the BOE, it says somewhere there that we have 12 meetings a year, all in Sacramento. But I also know that there's a government code section that says 3 of our 12 meetings can be outside of Sacramento. So the memo would address that conflict. And then I'd like to find out the actual cost, the savings or the extra expense involved. And then I can intentionally get the Convention Bureau in San Diego to maybe put up $1,000 or something to help with the cost of celebrating having us come down and hold it at a public building. We held one briefing session at the airport 4 years ago, and it went very well. The former assessor from the Orange County assessor, who's a former BOE member, said there's a magnificent county facility that we could have a meeting at, that they'd let us have it on a day off. We have the San Diego County Board of Supervisors chamber that may be on a day off. I would like to see something in writing. I know we don't like to put things in writing if we don't have to, but I think I need it so that I can refer to it and discuss it with others. And I hope the bottom line is that we will convene in San Diego a couple times a year, or Los Angeles or Orange County.
I see our
Good
executive director up
afternoon,
here. Go
Chair
ahead.
Vasquez and members. As you know, I believe at our January or February meeting, we had a conversation regarding having meetings outside the Sacramento area, a very robust conversation. I don't have the data in front of me right now, but I did provide an estimate on what it would cost in order to take our meetings outside of Sacramento. Vice Chair Lieber expressed some concerns and basically said, you know, we need to have nexus and before we start moving outside the Sacramento area. Chair Vasquez had some ideas of having meetings outside of the Sacramento area, but wanted to wait a while to decide when he wanted to have a meeting in another location. As far as something in writing, Member Schaefer, you're more than welcome to have you made the process, and this is what I shared with your deputy. If you want to have this item placed on an agenda, you do a member requested matter.
I did that for this month through my chief of staff, and he thought that I had 3 items of concern.
Okay.
2 of them
Yeah,
is
may
separately
I
handled.
finish?
Yes.
Thank you. When you do the member requested matters, we have a timeline, a deadline. For the March meeting, the deadline to put something on the agenda was March 6, 2023. And when you put something on the agenda, it is up to the member and the member staff to prepare a memo that we can actually attach to the agenda. I received something from your office after the deadline. And because it was after the deadline, and it was not in the format that was usable, it did not get placed on the agenda. Again, you're more than welcome to provide a memo outlining what you would like to have, and it will go on the agenda at the next meeting, provided it's submitted in a timely fashion. And I understand what you're requesting, but then once it's on the agenda, then you can have a conversation with your colleagues, and they can make a decision if they feel that it's necessary to have a detailed costing of what it would cost to travel outside of Sacramento and whether it's needed considering the projected budget deficit.
Do you need a special form, or it's mainly important we do it timely? My chief and I can do it timely, no problem, but if there's a form.
It's a
I'm
memo, it's a memo.
Just do a memo, yeah.
And my counsel is reminding me to be careful because this item is not agendized.
All right, well, that's a very satisfactory explanation, I thank you, and we will see you on the April agenda.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, what do we have next?
The next item on the agenda is N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. I'm I'm going to go out to, I don't have anything in writing, and we have no one in the audience who wished to make a public comment. I'm going to go to the moderator.
Because we did have a lady, I think, that wanted to speak.
Let's see if
Let's
she's
see if
there.
she's around.
Yes, AT&T moderator,
Yeah,
can you
please.
please let us know if there's someone on the line who'd like to make a public comment?
Well, ladies and gentlemen on the phone, if you would like to comment on items not on the agenda, this is your opportunity. Please press 10 at this time. Once again, you can comment on items not on the agenda or general public comment. Please press 10 at this time. And we have nobody from the phones queuing up.
All righty. So the last item on the agenda today is closing remarks.
Well, I'd like to start just by thanking several of the presenters that we had. I know my Senator Ben Allen was really looking forward to spending some time with us, but I guess it looks like him and his family got that little nasty cold that's going around. But hopefully he'll come back at a later date and at least have an opportunity to interact with us a little bit. But then we had several others on the line that I know have very busy schedules, both from the Senate and the Assembly side of the House. And I want to just thank them publicly for sharing their bills, especially as it pertains to the affordable housing, which has been something that we've been really zeroed in on the last few years here, and looking forward to hopefully seeing those pass and move forward as we begin to explore some of the things we could do on our end in terms of the tax credit and abatement issues. And with that, let me just turn it over to any other members who wish to have any closing remarks. Oh, Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to commend staff for putting the agenda together for this meeting. I think it's been a very productive day, and the chair's staff and the chair, as well as our controller, for really setting the structure for us to be engaged in the tax side of affordable housing, I think is very productive and important to our constituents. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Oh, see our Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I would also like to commend the staff, the chairman as well, and his office for bringing all this wonderful information forward and moving this board in the right direction. I also want to take a moment to recognize, and my prayers out to all the families affected by these recent atmospheric rivers. I believe it's been the 12th or 13th atmospheric river in the past just 2-3 months. Roads have collapsed, homes have been damaged, and trees falling everywhere. So please, I urge everyone, please be safe and exercise caution when you're out there. And please use the BOE as a resource. As your elected taxpayer representatives, we are here for you, and we're all going to get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I have one adjourning motion unless anybody else has anything else. I would like to adjourn this meeting today in memory of Gloria Moraga, who was a dynamic woman at the age of 92 years young, had lived a long and meaningful life. She met her husband, Pete Moraga, who many of you may have heard on KNX way back in the day, and he was one of the original broadcasters and directors of KMEX before it turned into Univision, as many of us know it today. She had a women's show herself called La Linda Mujer Mexicana that touched on issues important to Latinas in Arizona. Her soon-to-be husband was the station's program director. They were married for 49 years. She supported his rise through the Voice of America in Washington, D.C., stints with the U.S. embassies in Mexico City, Lima, Peru, and raising 5 children. In 1969, the family was evacuated from Peru after a military coup, and she came to California. Pete finished his tour of duty in Lima and then followed her to Los Angeles. He became a reporter for KNX Radio and later the news director for KMEX TV Univision flagship station in Los Angeles. Throughout her life, Gloria was a loving and caring mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. She supported her loving husband through all of the assignments. She leaves behind a grateful, loving family and many friends who loved her and cared for her. May she rest in eternal peace. And personally, I had the opportunity, I actually grew up with one of her sons in the West Side, and I got to know her, and she always treated me like a son. So she's going to be sorely missed. So I would just like to adjourn in her honor. Hearing no others, we'll officially adjourn this meeting at 4:13. I guess our next meeting will be on April, looks like we're going to do the 26th instead of the 25th.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.